Chat, what up? What is popping? Everybody, how we doing? How we doing? On this fine Saturday. It was storming earlier, but now the sun is out, which means it's time to stay inside and stream. And hopefully not punch the mic. Jeez. Stupid Apple Watch. Alright, hold on. Alright, we're there. Chat, how we doing? How we doing? Welcome to Saturday. Welcome to Saturday fun stream time. I don't know. We're just gonna yap about stuff. I got stuff to yap about. I got maybe some video games to play. We got a full schedule on Saturday, which is like what we like to see. But we need to do some like pre-stream stuff, you know, give people a chance to get themselves in here, because you know no one wants to miss. That's the worst thing, is when you see a stream that looks interesting and you join and you're like, what's going on? Did I miss the main thing? You don't want to do that. But what's poppin'? How we doing? We got some people from Twitch. We're gonna have some people from YouTube. I got the multi-stream going. Oh, it's so nice to see. How we doing? Welcome to the stream. I hope everyone in chat had a good Saturday, because it's only gonna get better from here. It's only gonna get better from here because you are in the stream. Alright, first things first. I woke up too late this morning and did my scans bad, so Portal for Param, we can't do our Portal to Param scans for an hour. At least. I think 6 p.m. is when my new scan will be ready, so we gotta do something for an hour. And I figured, what better to do than let's sleeve up a deck. I got a new Vanguard deck in the mail, and I figured, chat, let's sleeve it together. Let's do chill sleeving with chat. Whoa, I can't speak. Yeah, we have a new deck, and we're gonna sleeve new deck. Today we got the Gold Paladin Garmor sleeves. I haven't used these in a long time. I'm very excited to put these in a sleeve. Yeah, that's right. We do. You know me and variety. That's what I do. You know, some would call it a curse. That I can't stick to a niche, but you know, we're just gonna try to make the best of it what we can, I guess. We're sleeving a deck today. I'm excited to use these Garmor sleeves. I haven't gotten to use them in a long time. Originally, you know, they were my premium sleeves, but that format's dead and also bad and dumb. So I'm excited to use them in standard. Variety is based, and there are variety enjoyers out there. I'm glad. I just feel a little neurotic sometimes when I can't just stick to a bit. But you know, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. That's honestly totally fine. Maybe I can make chat a little bit larger. How's that? There we go. Now we're a bit bigger. Now we can see. Perfect. First year's dealing with your mindset when it comes to dealing with Bushiroad's horrible. Yeah, that's Bushiroad personally attacking me on the reg. You know, that's nothing I can really do anything about. That's a Bushiroad problem. That's their fault. They're just my ops, dude. John Bushiroad is just my op. What can I say? They hate me so bad. What's the most recent Bushiroad transgression against me? I'm sure they made Welshter green. They spent like 3 years forcing me to trying to get me to play Brantgate decks by putting all the cool stuff in Brantgate and putting none of the cool stuff in Stoicheia. So I said, okay, I guess I'll nation hop and I'll just start playing. And I ended up just playing. I had one Stoicheia deck for like a year or two, and a lot of Brant decks, and that was just, I guess, my Jimmy Jam. And now they're like, you're going back to green, buddy. Yeah, back to green with you. Welshter's green now. So that's cool. So I guess Welshter's green now. Hopefully he doesn't suck. Watch, he's gonna get revealed. I'm gonna read his text, and it's gonna be specifically typed to annoy me specifically. So that's gonna be really fun. We can stream. I'll stream that. We can react to that together. It'll be, well, not really react to it, because I'll be streaming at night. It'll get revealed in the morning, but we'll hear my thoughts together on our favorite boy, Green Welstra. But we're not here to talk about Green Welstra today. We're here to sleeve a deck. What deck is that, you might ask? You're gonna guess. You're just gonna have to guess and figure it out. That's gonna be the fun of this. If you can guess the deck, I don't know. Congratulations, I guess. You get a star or something. I don't know. Okay, let's start sleeving. Can you guess the deck? based on the first card. Uh-oh, can we figure out what the deck is based on the first card? It's the heal trigger. Yeah, probably not. You probably got no clue. You probably got no idea what this is. But we got the good old-fashioned 4 heals. I could play the restandy heals. Those would probably be optimal, but I don't own them, and I didn't feel like buying them. We're just playing 4 heals. I'll put the outers on after. We'll just start with the regular sleeves. We got 4 heals off the bat. What could possibly be next? What could possibly be the next card? That's right, it's crits! It's crits. It's my favorite set of 4 crits that I bought at a BCS for about $1. We got the girls. We got the squad. These are my chat. Let me introduce you to my ladies. These are my lady friends. Why is it these 4 ladies, you might ask? Well, I opened, I think, this one in a booster pack, and these were the 3 cheapest ones the vendor at Springfest had. And that's how I came to acquire the ladies. But they go in pretty much every Vanguard deck I play. They're the 4 non-effect crits that I put in every deck. Any guesses, chat? Any guesses to what this deck could possibly be? No? Well, the next card isn't going to help you either. It's a draw trigger, and it's another Cray Elemental. It's a Cray Elemental draw trigger. Is this the most unoptimal thing you'll ever see in your entire life? Yes! But I didn't feel like buying effect draws. I thought it'd be funnier to play Cray Elementals. So that's what we did. That's what we're doing. You don't play this game, but why is there an Uma? It's not an Uma. This is This is Love Live? Or is this Bang Dream? I can't remember if it's Love Live, Bang Dream, or Idol Master. These are Bang Dream triggers because Vanguard, Bang Dream. That's their IP, I think. So they ran a set of Bang Dream triggers. So if any of y'all like Bang Dream, come play Card Fight Vanguard. Ooh. But yeah, I thought it'd be funnier to play Cray Elemental generic crits. But it's good that you don't play this game. Don't play this game. It's terrible and sucks balls. Just stay away. Next up, the next trigger. What could it be? Will this finally be a clue? Technically, yes, but also no. It's the, oh wait, no, this is the over trigger. Never mind. So fun fact. Yep. UVS good game. UVS can hang. UVS can hang. Pippa, you remember when I used to make UVS content? Throwback. Yeah, Pippa's an OG. She remembers that. What's up, Ruby? How you doing? Fun fact about this. I finally bought the colored OTs. I shouldn't say it like that. I finally bought the good generic OTs. I haven't owned these ever until now. I finally bought them with the reprint. I figured, you know what? I'll pull the trigger. I'll buy these. And this deck played the red one, so I figured it's a good time to finally own these for this game that I barely even play. But it is what it is. We actually had like 6 people playing Vanguard at locals last Friday. It was kind of wild and surreal. So this might be a good investment. But yeah, those were the days. Those are the days. But we have some universes, somewhat adjacent topics coming up later on in the stream. So stay tuned. Oh yeah. Haven't played. Do not play Vanguard. Do not. I repeat. Do not play Vanguard. Maintain your perfect memories from 2015. If anything, be like an Edison player and just go play the little the legacy G format called G-Boot that some people have been playing. Just play that. Do not touch Vanguard. Maintain your beautiful memories from back when the game was actually good. Standard will tarnish all of that. It'll ruin any opinion you might have had about Vanguard. Don't do it. Do not do it. Is this gonna... Okay. Next up is a trigger that might be a slight hint as to what this deck is. For those of you just joining us in the chat, I'm sleeving a deck before the stream gets started, and we're playing a fun game of can you guess what deck I'm sleeving. So far, your hints are Cray Elemental Heal, some Bang Dream crits, Cray Elemental Draw, and a red OT. What great hints. Pippa, I know you don't play this game, so for context, these aren't hints at all. These are all completely generic cards that have no affiliation to anything in the game whatsoever. But the next card is a slight hint. The next card, that's right, We're balling. We're balling. I finally get to play these triggers. We have the LaMelo Ball 6-7 green Fortnite ball up top triggers that I didn't know existed until I was shopping for this deck. So I'm finally excited to play my ball up top crits. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really, really bad. Oh, wait, you haven't played 20 since 2015. Are you familiar with this, with what this card is? Are you familiar with our favorite card, the Over Trigger? You see, when Shaman King, those decks were actually the worst decks I've ever seen in my entire life. The Shaman King decks were beyond bad. So it's a good thing you didn't do that, because they were unplayable. Some of them didn't even really function. It was kind of great. But they came out with, the Standard gave us the silly trigger, called the Over Trigger. And, you know, it's a trigger that you get one of them in your deck. You have one Over Trigger in your deck. Now, can you guess what the one of in your trigger, what the one of trigger in your deck might do? Can we guess, chat? That's right. It gives you 100 million power. In a game where we have power in like increments of thousands. You do remember Over Trigger? Okay, good. Yeah, this game sucks. Okay. You at least don't you get jump scared by that. So yeah, we have my LaMelo Ball up top crits. I'm excited to play these. Now these are kind of a hint because this tells you that we are playing the Keter Sanctuary. I've never played a Keter deck before. I low-key hate Keter. I think it sucks. But I finally decided to bite the bullet and play a Keter deck, which means I can play the basketball triggers, which I'm very excited to do. So far your hints are Keter deck that plays red OT. What could it possibly be? Alright. The next card is our Regulus piece, is Twincast. Another, this isn't a clue. This doesn't help you at all. Alright, chat, that's our trigger suite. Okay, and plus a Regulus piece. Can you guess what deck we're playing? Probably not. Alright, I think this next card gives it away. Sort of. The next card is our PGs. Let's see what PGs we're playing, alright? We gotta play Keter PGs, but what kind of Keter PGs? We're playing the Frieren PGs. Ooh, I wish these were shiny. If these were shiny, that'd be really cool, but these are just vanilla defensive magic PGs. Because again, I don't like Keter and I don't want to spend money on Keter cards. Could I have played Keter effect draws? Yes, I'm not spending $1.50 on them. So we're just playing Frieren. Another card in the long line of, you know, Vanguard slowly getting so many collabs. It's like Magic the Gathering Fortnite White Schwartz clone. But you know what? It is what it is. Why I still play? The Yu-Gi-Oh! It's literally, it's the I've been playing since 2012 and I'm entrenched. Also, no game, you know, the collabs are hurting it, but no game has as cool of an IP as Vanguard. Vanguard, in my opinion, still has the sickest art and flavor of any game. So anytime I'm like, I don't want to play Vanguard, I'm done. My Discord pings and I get a notification that they've just showed off the sickest unit you've ever seen in your entire life. And I go, dang, they got me. I guess I gotta play that. And that paired with this, like, neurotic hope in my this neurotic virus in my brain that whispers in my ear like the Green Goblin mask going, surely this time they'll fix the game. They never do, but you never know. We're not getting a new we're getting a new anime in 2027, and it's like a whole, it's no more overdrafts, it's new thing, so maybe they fix the game in 2027. That just means I have to keep waiting until 2027, and then maybe I can quit Vanguard forever, but we all know that's not gonna happen. I'm too entrenched. I'm too entrenched, and they keep getting me. They keep showing off sick new units. We get Green Welstra. I'm sure there's other stuff I saw that's really cool that I want to buy. The new next set, Youthberg, Red Youthberg, is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I have to play that. So, you know, it's just one of those things. I'm too far in. I can't quit. It's too cool. I still love the IP. The game sucks, but the cards look cool. All right, chat, it's finally time to show off what deck we are actually playing. Drum roll, please. It's Frieren. Yeah, we're playing the Frieren deck. I'm not building an actual Keter deck, you fool. You thought I'd build an actual Keter Sanctuary deck? A real yellow deck? You silly goose. I would never. That'd be ridiculous. And I figured if I'm going to build the free run deck, I might as well try to make all the non-free run cards as generic and not Keter as possible. That's the bit. That's the bit we did with the deck. Isn't that silly? But yeah, it's free run deck. This deck looked really fun. I saw a list on Twitter and it looked really fun. So I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to play it. I was really disappointed with Overlord. This will make me happy. We get to do fun things. So we got our ferns. We got our shiny ferns. And then we got our, this guy. We got Starks. Which almost, this guy was almost the barrier to me building the deck. I'm not going to lie. This man, if I couldn't find 4 of these, we weren't going to build the deck. And it was looking like for a second I wasn't going to find 4 of these. But we managed to make it happen at a fairly decent price. So we found our Starks. That was super important. So we're cooking. Let's speed and Vegas fast as well. Art as well. Draw Magic and Pokemon other games. And the pacing is way too slow for me. Yeah, it be like that sometimes. Dude, Magic and Pokemon hit the Zoomer brain in the wrong way sometimes. I'm starting to like Magic. The Magic, the thing, the more you get into Magic, and the more that you're like critically invested in each turn of the game, the more it helps the Zoomer brain. But yeah, no, it can be really slow and feel like a slog. So I get that. So I started to announce you were getting a Chrono icon, and they revealed the cards. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the worst thing in the world. It's not like complete doo-doo garbage. I think there's some like cute stuff you can do list-wise. But I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? It's Chrono Jet. But yeah. There sure ain't nothing like Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, there's nothing, that's the tough thing. There's nothing like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because if you just want to play like, there's Edison, and if you want a game like Edison, go play Elestrals. I almost have the whole deck, chat. I'm missing 3 cards. I'm missing 3 of some dude. I think it's, is he in the art? I think it's this green-haired guy. I'm missing 3 of him. He's still in the mail, but I had enough that I figured, you know what, I'll sleeve it up. And I gotta buy time for my chaotic portal to Param scan to reset, so we can do that, you know? Scared Vanguard die next several years with so much TCG competition? No. I think Vanguard, here's the thing, right? Ask any Vanguard, any like, not any Vanguard player, because they'll tell you differently, but like Vanguard sucks balls and is the worst game of all time at the moment. And it's doing fine. It's one of those things where like it's probably, it might even be growing, honestly. But it's one of those games where the player base it has is so either like me and is so entrenched, or is so like immune to its issues and play it purely because they love like how the game works, that like it's established its niche enough where it basically won't die. It has its niche like locked in. So I highly doubt it'll die. I'd be impressed. Like they'd have to do something catastrophic for it to die. It would be really impressive, but it has too much of it. Its niches, like there's been too many moments where if Vanguard was going to die, it would have. For me to be like, yeah, Vanguard's gonna die in a year, right? Its niche is like too strong. It's too set in its ways. Card cards do look fine, but I gotta buy the cards again in a freaking booster set of all. Yeah, that is the kind of annoying. Yeah, you do have to hunt them down in the booster. Luckily, it's a special set, so it's a little bit easier. Like it'll be a smaller set, so it won't be quite as hard. But yeah, you can't just like go buy one box and have all the cards in your hands. You have to actually go source the singles, which sucks balls. What's the average price for a meta deck like Yu-Gi-Oh? Okay, here's the thing, right? Vanguard it's all over the place. A Vanguard meta deck can be, oh god, it could be like over $1,000, or it could be 40. Okay, here's what we'll get into why Vanguard sucks. Competitive Vanguard is actually low-key an oxymoron. Those 2 words shouldn't really be in the same sentence together. Myself and 3 friends got in the game 5. Yeah, right. Like people are still getting into it. It's established its niche pretty well. But here's the thing, right? Competitive Vanguard is an oxymoron. This game is not competitive in the slightest. It was competitive a while ago, and it's only really gotten worse since then. And Bushiroad has also specifically made it so they cater to hyper casuals. The way Vanguard works is that like the variance is so high that anybody could win. That's what's so exciting about it. And while it is exciting, that anyone can win. It also makes it really frustrating if you're trying to play competitively because you have no way to like play well enough to ensure you win. It still kind of comes down to variance at the end of the day, or you can just get blown up by variance. So the thing with competitive Vanguard is there are some decks that are like $1,000+ that you can play at the top tables. And if you're good, they'll do well. But there's also plenty of decks you can pick up for like maybe even sub 100. And if you just run hot, you'll top. So like the technical answer is like Vanguard of your average meta deck is going to be really expensive because the generic staples in Vanguard are really expensive. Like Keter has a generic order that you play 4 of in almost anything that's like $100. Dragon Empire has like this dinosaur that's $50 that you want to play 4 of, and a $20 grade 1 you want to play 4 of to support it. It's so like it can be really, really expensive depending on what generics your deck needs. Some decks don't need as many generics and they can be a lot cheaper. It really depends. Vanguard fluctuates kind of crazy like price wise, and then there are some decks you could build a deck for literally $14 and like blow up your locals. So it really depends. It really, really depends. But I bought my Alphard deck for like, excluding like staples I needed for other stuff, the actual core was about $2. So that deck's garbage. So it really be like that sometimes. I won my first tournament 2 times because I bought the Kagura deck. I know it's probably different. I know I lost people because of triggers. Oh, it's like 5,000 times worse now. Like it was already like kind of part of the game back then, but it like legitimately you would lose 90% of your games to triggers. Just because how they... I have a whole video, if you want to watch it, I have a whole video on triggers and how they changed the math and ruined the game forever. It's somewhere on the channel. It may be a little buried, but it's a pretty good essay on it. If you want to see how the game has, like, devolved over time and how they, like, messed up the entire math of triggers. I'll hold these for later. I think Alphard's really fun. I like playing it a lot, but that deck is so bad. I honestly had way more fun playing Alphard, though, than Overlord, but I gotta go into that in the whole rant about the decks and plus Persona. So if you want to hear that, you can go watch that. Throw these off to the side. And then, of course, I didn't forget, I got the Ride Line. So we're good to go there. There we go. I'm excited to play this free run deck. Yeah, he's really bad. Especially when they can just hoard... You just hoard Elementarias. And go bonk and over, and Alphard just cries about it. It's really annoying. That's good. If you can get the Scarlet Flames for cheap, that's actually a pretty good example. Like, I don't think you need Scarlet Flames for Overlord by any means. It helps a little bit, but it's like very niche scenarios. But that card's like freaking... It was like $80. I think it's like $50 now. There's a card called Bellicosity Dragon. All it is a Pot of Greed in a game where Pot of Greed isn't that strong. So you're playing, you can pay $50 a copy. So you can drop like a $200 on a playset of like a pretty mid Pot of Greed if you want. Like it's just like kind of medium consistency. So a lot of competitive Vanguard honestly is how expensive you want to make it, because at the end of the day, you're going to die to your opponent hitting an overtrigger. So it's all about how much money you personally want to invest in getting sacked. Honestly. But also because of that, is this corner bent? One of my corners might be bent. Because of that, Vanguard has been able to kind of find its niche in this, like, sort of hyper-casual audience that wants to, like, basically, if you get into Vanguard, be careful online. You're going to encounter a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! LARPers. I don't know why the Vanguard player base has this weird fascination with, like, just pretending that Vanguard is a different card game. And one of the main ways they do that is they just like use terminology that doesn't apply to Vanguard and it's just from other games. So I don't know if people are just like LARPing as Yu-Gi-Oh players or what's going on, but you're going to encounter a lot of people pretending that Vanguard is just some different game that they invented in their head. It's really weird. We're using the good old dual spec outers. They should sponsor me. That'd be kind of cool. You'd imagine if I could have like, use my code at dual spec to get 5% off. That'd go kind of hard. Why'd I have a headache? Ah, whatever. Bing bong. Put this back. Put this back. I just have so many stacks of cards, bro. These dual spec sleeves are buried under a mountain of cardboard. Yeah, I don't know why they do it. It's really weird and really annoying. And I don't like it. But yeah, if you like hyper casual games where The main thing you want to do is just put your cards on the table and follow the instructions and see what happens. Vanguard's amazing for that. It's super, super fun. But if you want a game to like invest in and practice and get good at, don't play Vanguard. You're just gonna waste your time and ruin your day. I would not recommend it. The line between casual and competitive is quite thin. It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. In Vanguard, it's pretty blurry because people are annoying, but it kind of is what it is. Me playing a husband and brother and sister-in-law. We love card games more than standard board games. And the Vanguard's great. For specifically that, like for kitchen table gaming, Vanguard's really fun. It's super easy. It's not hard at all. Being good at Vanguard is just knowing how to like optimize things and like being good at math. But even then, it doesn't really matter because you're just going to get sacked 90% of the time anyway. So any actual skill investment you make is going to not be super worth it for you in the long run. But it's super fun casually. It's super casual. And now Vanguard has like 8,000 collabs, you know? We have the freaking free run collab. So even if you don't like Vanguard, you can play your favorite anime. Wow! Typically the collab decks are a lot lower power than like actual Vanguard decks, but we're gonna see soon that we're getting a Yakuza collab, and that deck's tier 0. So that's gonna be really fun. Hopefully by the time we get it in English, the meta will have advanced to a point where that deck is no longer super duper strong. But all we can really do is cross your fingers and hope. But yeah, I'm excited to play this at locals for funsies. But sort of nothing more than that. Let me put these in here. Yeah, Yakuza collab is gonna be Yakuza. Yeah, just like the game. Yep, I don't know. It just got announced, so it's already out in Japan and is completely ruining the meta. High key. But it just got announced for us in English, so we're not entirely sure when we're getting it. But sometime in the near future. But yeah, we're getting Yakuza collab. I'll pull it up real quick if we're vibing. I still got 30 minutes before I can scan my chaotic stuff. Let's do it on gaming. But yeah, Yakuza collab. It looks pretty good. There we go. Do this. Move this over here. Put this up. Kazuma. Ah, get that out of here. Bing bong. Yep. They have Yakuza collab. So if you like Yakuza, play Cardfight Vanguard. This deck's really freaking strong too. So kind of worth it. Did they say BT16? I think they did. I know they just like announced it alongside it. Yeah, so it should be in that set. So it should be in the BT16 set, which is freaking October. This is also one of those stupid Japanese games where we're like 8 miles behind the Japan release. So like when Japan gets new cards, we get them like 4 months later. It's really, really annoying. So these are coming out in October. Yippee! In set 16. So that's gonna be super, super sick. But yeah, if you like Yakuza, come play Vanguard. Maybe, dude, Stranger Than Heaven collab? That would be sick. That would be the coolest thing ever, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Hold on, I need Waltair. At least Yakuza's an expensive current Aichi. Yeah, well, Yakuza isn't $5,000. I think the Aichi upgrades alone. Oh, I calced it at locals. I think it's $1,000 at least to upgrade the Aichi icon. Which, for anyone who's new to Vanguard, is insane, because Vanguard is like a game that is notoriously cheap. For the longest time, Vanguard is a very, very cheap game, like, comparatively to other games. Vanguard's always been extremely cheap. So seeing it get as expensive as it is now is kind of crazy, even though it's sort of just putting it on par with most other games, but also those other games are competitive and have much more robust tournament scenes. We're supposed to be the casual sideshow fun game, and we're just as expensive as the other games. It makes it really hard to like get people into Vanguard. Yeah, it's TCG Player. Unfortunately, the answer to that question is always going to be TCG Player. No other site that is halfway decent exists in terms of buying cards, which sucks, but it kind of just is what it is. Yeah, TCG Player is always going to be your go-to for Vanguard. For Vanguard, we're not on the main page because we suck balls. We're right at the top of popular games. Yeah, it's you can find decks that are cheap for sure. Honestly, the best starting point is the new start decks, the Overlord and Aichi ones. These are the best starting point because they're pretty good decks just out of the box. So like that's already great, but yeah, this game can be really expensive sometimes. Oh, this guy went up. Dang. Anime Club's versus. Oh, of course it would be. I don't think we're getting that, but of course it would be. I mean, it'd be cool, but yeah, that probably ain't gonna happen. Probably ain't gonna happen. But yeah, you can find cheap Vanguard decks. They're just tricky sometimes. There's also like the gap between good and bad Vanguard decks is kind of annoyingly huge. But then again, is also really small because of triggers, so it's really weird. It's one of those games where it's like, if I have a meta deck and you don't, I could just run your pockets. But at the same time, if you have a meta deck and your opponent does it, sometimes they will just check more triggers and blow you up anyway. So it's like it sort of equals out, but you also get the worst of all worlds. So, you kind of just like pick your poison with that. Um it's what anyone can win. Anyone can win. And the game really takes that to heart of remember, anyone can win at any time. I played a game at locals, for funsies game, with Overlord against Virina. Yeah, it was against Nirvana, and the damage was 5-1. I think I had one. It might have been 3. But the damage was like 5-2 or 3 or something. They hit defensive OT, and I 6 damage, and I lost the game. So don't get too attached at trying to like be decent at the game. You will just get blasted for no reason. Did my headphones just die? I think they did. It doesn't matter. I'm not listening to anything. Why do I even have my headphones on? I don't even need these. What am I doing? Yeah, Mushi King Yakuza free run, that one dress up game, Love and Berry, and Monster Strike. Sure. But those are all like modernly relevant collaborations. Like Mushi King and Love and Berry is the same thing. They're both arcade games, right? Monster Strike is a mobile game they play over there that we didn't even get, and then Yakuza and Freerun are popular IPs right now. So like, those are relevant things. What about Power World? Surely Power World will save us all, guys. Surely Power World, that's gonna save us. We're cooking with Power World, baby. I mean, I would kind of like for Power World to be good and cool. I wouldn't hate that. I just don't think it's gonna happen. As much as I would love to play Power World, it is just another Duel Master Sludge again game. Like, it's very just, I mean, I would try it. Maybe it's good. Maybe it ends up being great. And like, I'd try it, but my hopes are not super high. Let's not go crazy. Power World looks sort of just fine. But I'd like for it to be good. I'd love if it was great. I wouldn't complain about that. I'm not wishing the game nothing but the worst, but I also don't have the highest hopes in the world, if you know what I mean. But yeah. Local price support is terrible. Never spent much on it. Yeah, honestly, like, it's impossible. Also, yeah, no stores have singles. Like, you have to. It's TCG player or bust when it comes to acquiring Vanguard cards, which sucks. So that's also not great. I think I reached went out the window, and I really only had built 3 non-stride deck set. Yeah. Again, it's weird. Vanguard prices fluctuate so much. I remember when like the MyGo collab came out, that deck was actually really good, and I built it for $14, like the entirety of the deck. So like, it's so weird. The stride deck sets are pretty cheap and didn't require too much investment depending on which deck it was. I don't know. There's always stuff, but then it's like sometimes you go like, oh, I played this Keter deck and it wants 4 Biscottis and they're $80, and you're just like, well, shucks. It really sucks. I'm really not a person things about taste. I mean, that's fine. I respect it. You don't gotta like everything. But yeah, the Vanguard decks are so weird. If you just want to be like for fun, again, Alphard outside of like moons and the habitable zones, the whole core was $2 right? And then the moons and habitable zones are just gonna go into red youth perk, so like they were at like a worth enough investment. So like I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like it's as expensive as you choose to make it be, but Vanguard is quickly hitting the point where it does kind of like need to be expensive now. Like before, like when D started, there were like, oh, there's super cheap decks you can buy. There's not really a concrete meta. Like, sure, some decks are better than others, but you can equalize with triggers pretty well, so it sort of like doesn't matter in the end. You're only buying like a slight edge that you only need at like an actual like high level tournament. So you could make the argument like just build a cheap deck and have fun at locals will be fine. But now it's like every Kiter deck wants the Nebula in order that's $120 a piece. Every Dragon Empire deck really benefits from Bella Cargo and Dino Fest, and that whole engine is like $260 or $80. So they're slowly getting more and more to the point of like you do kind of need to buy the generics, but again, you can also just be like, I'm just gonna buy a deck that doesn't use. I'm just gonna not play the generics and just play like it pure, but then you're like, well, but it's so much stronger with the generics, and it's like, yeah, and you're still gonna die to the overtrigger. So it's like, it's just kind of like, what do you value, right? And just buy whatever makes you happy. At the end of the day, it's just do whatever's gonna give you the most fun, because that's all Vanguard really is or ever can be, is just fun. So just engage with it on the level that lets you have the most fun. Because that's the only thing Vanguard can really be. If you try to do anything else with Vanguard or make it anything more than that, you're going to be frustrated instantly. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, dude, TCG player shipping. TCG player shipping sucks. It is expensive, and half the time your packages don't arrive. I finally just got this Digimon package in today. I ordered this like almost over a month ago. I recently checked my message history. Almost every single month, on almost the exact same day, every month around the 13th, I send a "where's my order" message, and either it gets refunded and I have to reorder it, or like they go, oops, our bad, and send out another one or something. There's always a problem with TCG player shipping. It's a disaster, but it's unfortunately almost our only option, which sucks. If you're doing Vanguard, you can buy things on release from Ideal 808 is really good. 50 cards is okay. Their prices are a little bit higher than TCG Player, but you get it all from one place with one shipping cost. So you can kind of weigh the pros and cons there. Ideal 808 is probably the best because they are TCG Player accurate because they sell on TCG Player. And their prices are updated regularly. And it's shipping from one place. The only problem is they sell out really quick. So you have to buy everything on release. But if you can buy everything on release, Ideal 808 is the place to go. 50 cards is okay, and then TCG players for anything you're buying like 2 weeks after the set came out. Then you have to go to TCG player, and that's kind of all you got. Which really sucks. Yeah, as a new player, my point of acceptance, I'm gonna pay worse versions of the decks. Yeah, right. You just play worse version, and it's tough because it's like, yeah, you're playing a worse version of the deck, but you're playing like Blackjack Simulator, so like the way in which it's worse is sort of like counterbalanced by how sacky the game is, and like by buying good cards, the actual edge you're getting isn't really that high or like drastic, so you can like more reasonably justify playing like bad versions of decks when your goal is to just kind of go to locals and participate in the game. You'll probably win the same amount of games you would have with the expensive staples that you would playing the bad version. The only time that doesn't happen is if you are playing with like very, very good players, you are very good, and you're playing a lot of games into each other. That's when you're going to want like optimized packages and good staples to kind of like account for variance and give you a bit of an edge. But otherwise, like, you're fine. You're honestly chilling. You know how terrible Godzilla game is right now with the game design being understandable, of course, looking ugly. It's hard to overpower. So luckily, the difference, Hawaii at that point, that's a you problem. If you don't want to buy from Hawaii for political reason, then like I can't help you with that. That's something I can't help you with. Ideal is the best place to go, but if that's your, I have nothing you can do about that. That's tough then. That's on you. I can't solve that problem. But yeah, just a missing order happened. Yeah, right. It happens all the time. It's so annoying. And then you have to rebuy it at either an elevated price, or my favorite thing is I ordered a foil Gabite and they sent me a Gibble. And I was like, hey man, I ordered a Gabite. And they went, oh, our bad. That's our fault. I'll try to work harder next time. Anyway, let me refund that for you. And it's like, thanks. You refunded my 40 cents. Now I have to go buy another 40-cent Gabyte and pay another $1.50 shipping. So that's fun. Thanks for that. That's really cool. Like, I think TCG players should change it. If they have to refund an order, they should refund your shipping as well. Because refunding a 40-cent card is really annoying when I have to go pay $2 to reorder it. But whatever. The thing with Godzilla and Palworld that is at least a little bit nice and gives me a little bit of hope is Godzilla we knew was gonna be garbage as soon as they revealed the rules. Like, we read the rules for Godzilla when this game looked horrible and the art cards looked terrible, and that ended up being what it was. Palworld at least has, like, rules that don't completely suck. They're boring, but they don't completely suck. And the cards look fine. And the cards look fine enough. I think if Godzilla is, like, F-tier butthole trash, Palworld's, like, a B-tier game. The real thing is it going to be able to get, like, above, like, I'm not going to play Palworld over another game. I'll try it. I'll play it, like, adjacent to other games, but it's, like, a B-tier game. It's not going to be, like, my go-to choice in any circumstance. It'll always be like, yeah, I'll play this on the side, right? That's kind of the thing with Palworld, is it's not like garbage, it's just fine. But yeah, we live in a society. Yeah, we do. We live in a society, man. We live in a society. Simultaneously release it, so they could easily do it. Oh, that is so funny. The Kadani article where he's like, it shows how important it is to simultaneously release products in this day and age, and yet we don't have it for Vanguard. It's really, really funny. They're doing it with, I don't think they're doing it with Weiss, but they're doing it with Shadowverse. They're gonna do it with Palworld, which, of course, Palworld is like, yeah, it's easy to do it with Palworld because that, like, the game is coming out. They can do it from set 1, so, like, it's really easy to do with Palworld. I get that it's harder to do it with Vanguard, but the fact that he said, like, it's so critical in this day and age to get things simultaneous release just shows how little they get. That's the other thing, too. I think the biggest reason I say to get into Vanguard purely to play it at home for fun is because Bushiroad does not give a crap about the English player base. They do not care. We are a complete afterthought in their mind. And that Kadani point kind of goes to show that, where he's like, it's super important to have things on simultaneous release. And it's like, well, why doesn't Vanguard on simultaneous release? It's like, oh, because we hate English Vanguard players. Weiss, Shadowverse will support that. English Vanguard, PU stinky. Get that out of here. They don't deserve that. So yeah, Vanguard, how many sets behind? Technically 3. We're a couple, like, 4 months behind, I think. Like, they're getting reveals for set 16. I think they're starting now. No, we're still in set 15 reveals. And we're getting set 15 in, like, September? Yeah. And it's June. So, yeah, we're, like, 3 or 4 months behind. Something like that. But, yeah, like how we never got the movie. I mean, we didn't get it dubbed, but we didn't get Legion dubbed either. Like, they kind of skipped all of that to go straight into G. Like, they skipped the movie with Legion. Like, that all got skipped so they could pseudo catch, like, get us a little bit more caught up for G. That's actually, like, honestly, it's kind of helpful we didn't get the movie, because then we would have been, like, a year behind, right? Them skipping Legion let them do a little bit of a catch up for G. And then they never, like, did anything else really with that afterwards. But us getting the movie was actually kind of helpful. Yeah, like, Neon Messiah is good. It's a good movie. But they did that to try to help us catch up a little bit. Now they just don't care at all. Now they don't give a crap. Oh, we don't have the movie at all? I mean, it's been on YouTube for, like, forever. Is it not on YouTube anymore? Did they get rid of it? Like, it's subbed on YouTube. Let's see, Vanguard. Neon Messiah. That might not be. It's still up. There's a version. So, but yeah, so is Battle Spirits. Go watch freaking Battle Spirits. Yeah, you can just go watch it on YouTube. You can watch it. Oh, there's a bunch of channels with it. Yeah, it's super up. There's a bunch of places that have it. Go watch the movie on YouTube. Does it include the original anime timeline? Yeah, that's because they hate us, dude. Vanguard hates, like, they hate us. The sooner we accept If they hate us, the sooner we can move on with our lives. But yeah, it is what it is. It unfortunately just kind of is what it is. Let me see if I can open the game. Yeah, new Battle Spirits anime looks very good. I will be watching. Let's see. Dude, imagine if we would have got English Battle Spirits. That would be so. Oh, dude, if we got standard, if they would have just waited, dog. Oh my, I'll never forgive Bandai for what they did to Battle Spirits. If they would have just waited a couple years, we could have just gotten English standard Battle Spirits, and it would have been the greatest game of all time. My entire channel would have just been Battle Spirits content. I would have been a Battle Spirits content creator. I'll get my scan in 7 minutes. Dog. Where's my... Wait, is it not gonna... Hold on. Sorry, my window capture isn't grabbing Portal to Barum, and I need to figure out why. Is it because I haven't clicked on the tab? Sorry, social stream. How did I get it to get this last time? Okay, that'll... Oh, wait, that won't work. But that will. There we go. Okay. Figured it out. Sorry about that, chat. Sorry for the delay. I was trying to get Portal to Barum functional so we can do our chaotic scans for the day. And maybe like deck build or something. Also, I think this is supposed to have audio. It'll have... I hate the Portal to Barum audio. I'm actually just going to not use it. It's so annoying. We're just not going to use it. Okay, sorry. What was the symbolism behind Aki no Miya? What? I don't know what that means. Come mark my words. English subs for no reason. Neutral stuff for no reason. I don't think so. Dude, they fumbled that bag. It's like it's a worse bag fumble than the Wizards of the Coast double Duel Masters fumble. That was a generational mishandling of a game. I don't know if they come back if they could bring Battle Spirits back. I don't think it's gonna happen. I'd be shocked. Maybe they could do a like an Asian English thing. It might be an Asian English release, which they've done with what was it? I think Cookie Run got Asian English before we got it in America. There's another game that's only like Asian English. I don't remember what it is though. But yeah, some games only get Asian English releases. So that might be what it is for standard Battle Spirits, which I guess would be something for us technically. But I highly doubt we'd get it in the West. That'd be impressive. But we'll see. Kaijiro, yes and no. I wouldn't say it sucked. I think again another generational mishandling. They kind of fumbled the bag really bad with it, but sucked is a strong word. It's worse than Duel Masters. That's true. Right? They made it worse than Duel Masters. I 100% concur with that. I think sucked is a strong word. They did sandbag it, though. That was really unfortunate. They really sandbagged it. 4 minutes. Chat, maybe I just show chat the greatest card game ever. Oh, I F11 the wrong thing. Unfortunately, I have to play this stupid game in an incognito window, which is... weird. Have I watched the stream? What stream? The Battle Spirit stream? Probably not. I don't know what you're talking about. There we go. All right, Discord. The stream where they talked about the game? I don't know. Oh, I'm not signed in. Duel Master stream? The Wizards one? Yeah, where they play it. Yeah, they're like low-key, I think they won it back. I know the actual like Duel Masters design team wants it in English, and they're trying so astronomically hard to get it in English. I just don't think it's gonna happen because Wizards flopped it twice. So it's like, how do they convince anybody to greenlight that? They're trying so hard. They did an entire stream where they played the English demo decks. They did a secret lair. They'd secret laired the DM26, an entire Japanese boost. They secret laired a Japanese booster box, and it sold out. And people bought the heck out of it. They're trying really hard to, like, generate noise and get people to, like, bring it back. Even in, like, that stream, you could see them kind of fumbling, like, trying to be like, hey guys, if you like if you like Duel Masters, like, they want to send people somewhere to be like, get excited, it's coming back, but they can't, so they have to be like, let us know if you want to see Duel Masters, wink wink nudge nudge. They're trying really hard to bring Duel Masters back into English. I just don't think they're gonna be able to convince anyone, that the people that need to be convinced to greenlight it. They're trying their hardest. They did an entire stream where they played with English decks that they made. They made English proxy decks to play on stream, right? They secret laired a Japanese booster box, right, to see if people would buy it, and it sold out, because of course it did. It was a secret lair. Like, I think we would have seen it by now. Maybe it's in the works and we'll get it eventually. But they're trying really, really hard. They're trying really hard. Yeah, Duel Masters Plays is 6. Like, if you want to, yeah, Duel Masters Plays, the English patch is just kind of the best way to play Duel Masters. It's very, very cool. It's nice thing to see that anime is the very beginning. It was supposed to handle outside of Asia. Weird how other hobby anime games. Wait, what? Sometimes I think the Carfanger anime from the very beginning was mishandled outside of Asia. What? What does that mean? Weird how it wouldn't fit in with other hobby animes. Like, oh, it would have. Wait, what do you mean would have? It would have fit in with other hobby animes like Bakugan, and Tokyo. I'm not entirely sure what you're saying. Not following. I think the Carfanger anime from the very beginning was mishandled outside of Asia. What do we mean by that? Like on Cartoon Network? They can't put it on Cartoon Network. They weren't allowed. It was not allowed to be on syndicated television. That would have been a big no-no. I'm assuming you mean that it should have been on Cartoon Network. They can't. They could not air the anime on American TV because of licensing laws. When you make a TV show, you are not allowed to directly advertise products. This is why, so like original Transformers, G.I. Joe, the old cartoons were toy commercials. But because they weren't allowed to directly advertise toys, they had to make the show like about the toys. You are not allowed to advertise a product in a children's TV show. That's why when people talk about like, yeah, these kids TV shows are glorified toy commercials, that's because they are. They are glorified toy commercials. They are created with the purpose of trying to get people to buy toys. But the reason like the shows are like about kids like either meeting the Transformers or like in Beyblade, the Beyblades have superpowers and blah 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 blah, is because you're not allowed to show products or people buying the product in the show. Vanguard has people buying booster packs. The first 4 episodes is Shin telling Aichi. The episode 3 is all about how Aichi needs to go buy booster packs so he can get a grade 3 to finish his deck. Vanguard has too many products in their show, which is illegal in America, so they couldn't advertise it, unfortunately. But yeah, we're gonna watch the trailer. I feel bad showing you this, chat, because I'm gonna get you really hyped for a game that you can't play. So sorry in advance. Oh, I think my head. Hold on, I gotta plug my headphones in. Sorry, phone, you're getting unplugged. Yeah, freaking Bluetooth headphones. Am I right? Sometimes they be dying. No, I can't like move. There we go. We're back. We're so back. I don't think Bushiroad neither can nor wants to try to afford a deal with Netflix. Or no, I think, wasn't Vanguard on Hulu for a bit? If I'm not mistaken, Vanguard was on Hulu for a smidge, or at some point of time. It's on Crunchyroll. I know it was on Crunchyroll for forever. I think it was on Hulu. Vanguard was on Hulu? Okay, yeah. I was like, I know Vanguard was on Hulu. I know it was on Crunchyroll, but I was pretty sure it's on Hulu too. But yeah, even Canada didn't air CFE on TV, but they did manage to air Buddy Fight. So yeah. I don't know. I think they just didn't, because by the time Buddy Fight was out, Vanguard was really popular. Like, I'm talking about Vanguard when it first came out. So maybe that's why. I don't know what Canada's licensing rules are. I'm not Canadian, so I don't know. But I know in America, you're not allowed to directly advertise a product to a child. So Vanguard was, because the kids were opening booster packs, and Shin kept saying, Aichi, come buy a booster pack. You got to open grade 3s. So, that was bad. I was so wanting to play Duel Masters, but I really don't know how many of my friends I don't know locals would want the game back. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is we are in that era of like, what's Duel Masters? It's Baby Magic. But it's anime, and it's cool, and it's different, and it solves a lot of blah, blah, blah. We have like 18 other games that all fill that same niche. Back in the day, Duel Masters was freaking awesome. Nowadays, every game that comes out is a Duel Masters clone. So, but if they release Duel Masters, everyone's going to be like, wow, this game's dumb, and not have no idea that this is the game that inspired every single game they have played since then. People are just too not going to understand that. It's really annoying. Mexico's the same thing. Yeah, so it's like, whatever, cable's dead. No one cares. Everyone has streaming services now. That problem is gone. But I'm going to play this trailer for you. But I feel bad because I'm about to introduce you to the sickest game of all time that you can't play. So, sorry. Oh, I have a whole YouTube. Hold on, wait. I made an entire... I'm actually dumb as rocks. We're on YouTube. I made an entire YouTube scene. What am I doing? There we go.
Battle Spirits シリーズ最新作日の本江戸
This show looks so freaking clean, dog.
後に幕末と呼ばれる嵐の時代
There's the English subtitles you were yapping about. Go to the official one, brother. This one? It's a lot louder. New season of Battle Spirits, baby.
シリーズ最新作
Yeah, it's these. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter.
江戸
New Battle Spirits.
後に幕末と呼ばれる嵐の時代
We're back in the Edo theming, which is superb.
馬神空バトスピに惹かれ強さを求める少年アジャラ絶約束を胸に人斬りと呼ばれる
You got the freaking Bashan ancestor.
男二つの道が交わり歴史が動く解放領域そこは神聖なる戦いの舞台ゲートオープン解放
Yeah,
バトル
baby.
スピリッツ RE 絶海の空
But that's the charm, alright? You don't get it. That's the charm. I'm so glad they kept the jank CG. That's the spice. That's the Battle Spirit sauce. Is the janky old CG. It looks so good. It looks so good. Oh, dude, yeah, the Battle Spirits anime is so freaking good, man. Dude, get this music out of here. It makes me mad. I hate it'll start and stop it. It ruined the chaotic video I was gonna make. Well, I did make. It'll be up Monday. But whatever, it is what it is. But yeah. Dude, Battle Spirits new anime looks so good. Sword Eyes is also good. I think Sword Eyes is like right below Burning Soul. Is that my second? Would Sword Eyes be second favorite? It probably is. I think it goes like... Oh, but Dan's really good. I think it's like... The Dan Saga is the best thing ever. Burning Soul is my favorite season. Then it's Sword Eyes. And then it's like probably season 1. I would say. And then it's kind of like the rest. And then the other ones below that are kind of eh. But yeah, they play card games in the Edo. Edo period card. It's Samurai Champloo card games. Isn't that sick? Isn't that awesome? Chat, let's talk about Chaotic for a quick second. So, while we were gone, well, while we were gone, I did some scan. I did not like Zero. I thought Zero was dumb. Or no, what am I thinking of? Not Zero. Which one's Zero? You said Zero, and I thought Ultimate. Psycho Gengar Ultimate Super Mega whatever. Fuck, which one's Zero? Heroes is boring. Dan Saga's amazing. Oh, it's been so long, chat. I'm blanking. Then it's Ultimate. It's Sword Eyes. Because Heroes Sword Eyes. I think something in the middle that I'm forgetting. Oh, Zero is the space one? Yeah, I didn't like that one. Yeah, Zero, that's the main character's name, is Zero. Ultimate Zero Ginga or something. Yeah. No, I didn't like that. I thought it was really boring. It was, like, really campy. It's, like, fine. It's just not for me. It's too, like, Saturday morning cartoon style. It was, like, okay. But it's not my vibe. While we were gone, I did a little bit of scanning. So let's see what we got. We got some cool stuff. We got some pretty sick things. We got a bunch of attacks we can't use. I think we already saw those. So this is the guy we got off a Riverland scan. This Cross-Sakadis guy. He's okay. He's just like an earth attacker that we could put on our water deck that has a lot of courage. He actually synergizes with a card I opened. I forget which one, though. We got some stupid Danian card that we can't use. I have a way to give things water, which actually can come up in a combo later. You don't need an official way to watch battles, but just go on YouTube. The whole thing, all of it's on YouTube. The only one that sucks is like the first 2 seasons are in like the episode 1, part 1 of 3. But outside of those, the whole thing's on YouTube. Just go watch it on YouTube. We have ways to give things water if we need to, which actually might come up later. And then we got this guy. This guy looks sick. Loma? I think she's kind of cracked. She's Defender, whatever the heck that means. But she has Water 5, and the first attack against Loma each combat deals 10 less damage. So she's like a tank. She's really good. Yeah, well, it's 240p. Dude, that's the charm, though. The show came out in, like, 2006. Yeah, it's in 240p. It's supposed to be in 240p. We like it in 240p. It looks good in 240p. Oh, why did my thing shrink again? Make that bigger. There we go. There we go. It looked nice in 240p. It's supposed to be in 240p. That's the charm. That's the flavor. Is that 240p flavor? Loma looks like kind of a tank. I'm actually really excited to play this. It looks very, very strong. So that's exciting. We got whatever this is, a Crypt Creature, Mepedian thing. If our creature's Mepedian, it'll gain air, but we're not playing Mepedians. We have the big water spell. It's 10 water damage, but our Gauge creature loses water. Maybe there's like a excuse to play this Liquidescent Swirl and Hydro Balls in the same deck to be able to like go 10 water damage, lose water, but then like give it back with Hydro Balls. But that seems like kind of a janky combo that's going to bite us in the butt more than it's going to be like effective. So I don't think we go that route, even though this is a 0 build point 10 damage card. Like, that's pretty nice, but I feel like there's better things we can be doing. And then the next scan we got is this item, the Riverland Star. This thing looks crazy. This card looks really good. Our equipped creature gets 15 courage, which is already great. But if a equipped creature is overworld, which it will be, it gains when it deals water damage, we heal 5 energy from it. Which is just like our Riverlands location that's also super, super strong. So I'm very excited about this piece of battle gear. This looks really good. We're going to have a really tanky team. I don't know if we'd put it on Loma. That seems like maybe overkill, but like really good. Like this is a nice piece of battle gear. And then we got this thing, which is just 10 water damage. It's 2 build points. So I don't know if we'll put it in our deck, but hey, 10 water damage is 10 water damage. Maybe it can replace like a bad 2 build point card. This is really good. This is 15. Do we have any other 2 build points? I mean, we can cut this stupid Reckless Defeat. If we put a 0 in for this, we can play that 2 build point card. So that might be good. If we cut that and we can maybe we play the Liquidescent Swirl and Or there's this, which is a stat check courage, 5 damage. That's not the worst thing ever. Our stuff has big courage. This guy is beefy if we play him. I think Loma has like okay courage. It's 55. Not the worst. This will boost courage, so like we maybe could play this. That's not horrible. But let's collect our reward. Let's see what we got for our scan that I did this morning. Yeah, right? Cross-Ictus and Loma. These look pretty... Is this guy good? It seems like fine. I think he has good stats. Like, he has really big courage. And Earth 5 is cool. I just don't know if we're going to be able to capitalize off Earth 5. But we do have... This card is really good for him. This is 20 damage off of Cross-Ictus. So, like, that's kind of good. Gain cards from buying cards. So this is a sim. This is a sim, but you have to get cards through playing the game. And I'm going to explain how to get cards right now. So right now, let me slide over. Let's just do this. Let's slide over. So as you can see down here, let me actually full screen this so you can see it better. We have this thing, we got to collect our rewards. I just went to the Riverlands and did some scanning, so we have a reward we can collect. I'm going to collect our reward. And it's going to spawn. Does it spawn in here? Do I have to reload it? I think I have to reload it. I had to reload it. So we just got this. We got the Torrent Crinth, which is equipped creature gains water 5. That's pretty good. That's already way better than some of the gear we have, so I will happily take that. Our water deck is coming together swell. So the way we get cards is much like in the show, the game that is not that the game's based on, the show that is associated with the game, the show that's about the game, Chaotic. We have to go get cards the same way they do, where we have to go to the world of Chaotic, Param. We have to port ourselves over there, and we got to go scam the cards we want, right? So I got this Loma by scanning Loma, and now she's a card that we have. Right, we scanned this Torrent of Flame, and now we have the card. So we got to go over to Param. So we click this Port to Param button, and we go to the world of Chaotic. This is the overworld, and we can also go to the underworld. Now I only have a couple locations unlocked. As you can see, I have the Forest of Life, I have the Riverlands, but I do not have like the Mepedium Valley. That is because the locations we have are the location cards that we own. So we have, let's see, here's the Riverlands, where I've been going and scanning. So we have the Riverlands. So we can only go to places that we have. And then we have to try to scan more locations to get more places to go, to scan more things, and blah, 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 blah. The game plays identical to the show. The show actually plays the card game identical to what it is in paper. There's, like, I don't think there's a single difference. It is exactly the same. Which is really cool. So I've been going to the Riverlands. So we're going to go to the Riverlands. I'm going to port there. Port to the Riverlands. And then there's some sub-locations we can go to. I only have the main Riverlands. I don't have the sub-locations. Hopefully we can scan those and unlock them. But we're going to go to the Riverlands. We're going to enter the location. And then we have some quests we can do. So we're going to do these quests. And these are fun little lore bits. You know, if people want to read the lore, you can pause the stream and read the lore. But I tend to kind of skip through it. Whatever answer you pick, there's no like correct answer. But it's lore things, right? We got to either shovel the silt into the waiting field carts, or we can reset the reed dividers between the setting, whatever. I'm just going to shovel the stuff. And then we do the thing, and then mission complete. And because we did our quest, we get a card. We get to scan a card. We got this Vine Snare, which is a card we already have. I think. No. This was in the Dadian deck we played. We don't have this card. We just got this as a new card for us. Okay. Little Earth card. Not great. We want to build a water deck. This does Earth damage, but, you know, maybe it works with the Cross-Stasis guy. So let's do the other location. Let's do the usher. I think there are main quests. There's like fancy quest missions that you can do, and those ones you can fail. There's also like skill checks you can do, and you can fail those. But I think just like the regular missions, you just click whatever and they'll complete. But like the bigger main missions to unlock fancy cards, those ones you can fail. We got a progressive speed. Nothing on our team has great speed or air. This seems like a Mepedian card, but it is what it is. And then we also have this timer, which I think, yeah, you can see. We're also doing, every time we port somewhere, you get like a fancy scan. We do a big scan, and this scan takes 6 hours. But when we complete that scan, it'll kind of just spawn in our My Deck area. So the big scans get us either battle gear or creatures. So all of these cards have come from me doing like the mini missions, like these two we just saw. This was 2 mini missions. These were 2 mini missions, right? And then the battle gear and the creatures were from the 6-hour scans. And that's how you go about collecting cards and building your deck for Portal to Param. There are other simulators. There's one that is just like a regular raw sim where you just have all the cards and you play. I think there's a third sim, but then this one is more of like a game. You can go to the battle arena and you can fight regular people, or you can go fight AI. There's a bunch of AI opponents you can fight. There's actually a lot more than there used to be. So you can fight a ton of AI opponents if you want. There's a bunch of stuff you can do. It's really cool. They have ranked. There's a whole ranked ladder. This is our elo. I think there are certain rewards for ranks. There's some tutorials. Do you get rewards for doing any of these? I wonder. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't really look. We can watch some. If there's fights, you can go watch. There's a bunch of stuff you can do. It's really cool. This site's really awesome. I like it a lot. But yeah, the official sim should be pretty good. It's 2 copies. 2 copies of MD cards. So every time we do a scan, we automatically get 2 copies of the card. Right? And the battle gear and creatures are obviously like one-ofs. And then if you want, I think you can field 2 creatures. I think we have access to both if we want. But yeah, it's 2 copies, and you'll get those for free. Every time you get 1 scan, you'll get the copies you need, which is nice. The official sim should be solid. It should be at the bare minimum solid. Good enough to play, right? It'll be better than like it'll be good. It'll be solid. I have faith. Especially because like that's what Chaotic originally was built off of, was like it really pushed the whole online game idea. I think you can. And then yeah, if you get a scan of a card you have, you get the credits instead, and then credits you can spend on like either upgrading your stats or like buying cosmetics. That'd be really cool. It won't be Duel Masters quality because it's going to be a browser-based sim. Much like this game, it's going to be in browser, which I think is nice. I kind of like that. Just being able to go log onto the browser and just get into the game is a little more convenient than Master Duel. But it obviously won't be like, it won't be Master Duel quality because that's a whole application that you download and blah, 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 blah. This is going to be a browser-based game. But I think it's going to be like, it'll be solid. I think it'll be as good as it really needs to be for what it is, if that makes sense. We can use credits to trade. You can trade with people. That's actually kind of nice. You can trade. There's a bunch of stuff you can do. I assume you can battle your friends. You can like friend people. Yeah, you can challenge them. You can challenge your friends if you so choose to do so. But this site's really cool. There's a lot of stuff going on that you can do. I think it's really solid. But I kind of also like the idea of like it being like a mobile game and being able to like load in and like do my dailies, right? Do my scans, get my cards, and then build and like fight, right? Play ranked or fight AI. It's really good. It's important to note this application will be shutting down in October when the official game comes out. It's gonna close its doors then, so enjoy it while you can. But I think it's great, and if you want to try Chaotic, I think this is a really nice way to try out the game before it comes out in October. It's a really fun way to play it early. We'll have attack animations. I don't know, maybe, probably. I don't work there. It might not. I really don't know. It'd be cool, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe. You mentioned the Imagination Kickstarter. Let's check that out. Let's check that out for fun. Where's this? No. Let's check out the Imagination. There we go. I love looking at Kickstarters. Chat, if you ever have a TCG Kickstarter you want me to look at on stream, absolutely slam that junk down in the chat. I will go over there in a heartbeat. I think the Imagination Kickstarter ended a long time ago, right? I feel like it should have. Or maybe it like never started. Post-release. Okay, yeah. I think it did. Yeah, okay. I raised 266,000. It's pretty good. Yeah, I think they did it. What was the goal? Yeah, okay, they did it. Yeah, it launched. They did it. Imagination was a really cool game. I'm glad that they're bringing it back, at least in like some capacity. This game was really, really cool, and I like the art a lot. I like the aesthetic. I think the aesthetic is really nice. It's like really early 2000s vibe. It's a really nice vibe for a game. So I'm glad that came out. I don't think I was thinking of backing it, and I don't think I ever got around to it. But I'm glad that they launched. So yeah, Magi Nation. Ooh, I can't remember. I don't think it's coming back though. I think it's coming back more as a sort of an LCG. Like this isn't the this wasn't like the Kickstarter to bring the game back and revive it. They just printed some new starter decks. And the Kickstarter was a way to just get the, like help them print the new starter decks. So I think all this Kickstarter were these decks. And you can get a different amount of these decks. So there's like this pledge. Oh no, there was a booster box. For the campaign, people in the world. New generation managed to do a booster pack of your choice for whichever one's unlocked. Currently the okay, so I guess there was a stretch goal for boxes. So now you can get a deck, or you can get 2 decks, and then blah 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 came up from there. Oh, these are the rewards. What were the stretch goals? So they hit the Universal Region deck, random foil, more decks, foils, art piece. Promo, foils, commissioned art. This. Okay, I remember now. Imagination's really old. It's like early 2000s. Oh, actually, let's find out. It's the new website. Is it just Imagination now? 2000. This game came out in 2000. Yeah, no, this game is really old. This game is really freaking old. But it was really cool. It was a really cool game. Okay, that's what it was. The booster boxes were stretch goals. And they're just like boxes of all of the cards from all the release sets. It was like one booster box from every single set that had ever been released. That's what it was. Okay, that makes way more sense. And then they do like a bunch of like super high stretch goals they'll never hit, which is like fine. So yeah, they managed to hit the booster box goal. That's what it was. Because originally it was just these starter decks. So they were like not soft launching, bringing the game back, but it was definitely a more like it wasn't like, guys, Imagination is coming back full force. They were just like, hey, we have the rights to this thing. We're going to release some decks if people want it. It was cool. And then they had a stretch goal of like, if you guys somehow make it this high, we'll print booster boxes. And they managed to clear it. They went over it. They cleared it and went over it by about $66,000. That's really cool. So I guess there's people getting booster boxes now. That's really hype. That's really sick. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, Imagination. Super sick game. Very fun. I don't know if it'd make a full comeback, but successful Kickstarter, that's what we like to see. More successful Kickstarters, please. Alright. Chat, is it time? Is it time to get into the meat and potatoes of the stream? Yeah, I think I had a 4Kids show. Yep. It sure did. Imagination 2007 little adventure series. It was pretty good. From what I recall, it wasn't bad. It was like pretty swag. No, it is not universes. The meat and potatoes of the stream is not universes. As much as Pippa wants it to be universes. I could go on a small universes tangent. Any OGs in the chat aside from Pippa? Remember when I used to make universes content? Universes was really cool. And then three specific things made me stop playing the game forever. One, they redesigned, when they did the big rebranding, they redesigned the card frame, and I hate the new card frame. And I have a whole video about it, I think on this channel. I think it's buried, but you can probably find my like reaction video to it. I hate the new Universes card frame. I think it sucks. I had a really big problem with that. Two, They revealed an entire year of IPs I didn't like. Originally, when the game like first like made its big comeback, it was just the My Hero Academia card game. And I liked My Hero like well enough to be like, okay, I'm down, I'll play it. But I was mostly playing it for the gameplay, and My Hero was like cool, and I was like, that's fine. But then they released about a full year's worth of IPs I had less than zero interest in. Which, like, if you know me and my thoughts on IP-based games, it's really hard to play an IP game with an IP you don't like. It makes it really, really difficult. So that definitely hurt. That hurt a lot. Was that it was a bunch of IPs I did not care about at all. And then 3, I learned how to play Flesh and Blood. And in my opinion, Flesh and Blood is just universes, but it does everything better. That's my professional opinion. I think the only reason you should play universes is either A, you've been playing it semi-competitively for like 5 years and you love the game, right? In that case, stick with your jam. At that point, there's no real reason to switch it up to a different game. Just like play it normally. Or you love the IPs that are in the game, right? Or you love the IPs the IPs that are in universes. If you love those IPs, play universes. But if you are not a super entrenched universes old head and you don't love the IPs, just go play Flesh and Blood. It's better in almost every single way. The only thing Flesh and Blood doesn't have over universes is the IPs, and then of course, like, yeah, if you've been playing it for forever and it's your favorite game of all time, don't try to play something that isn't your favorite game of all time. You're probably not gonna like it as much. But really, that's it. Like, I learned how to play Flesh and Blood and went, dang, this really is the same game but better in almost every single way. So I kind of stopped playing universes. Union Arena is a fun one. I was very excited for Union Arena. And I only made a couple videos because that game sucks. I never did a Union Arena tangent. I don't think I did. Dude, the Japanese Flesh and Blood arts are so... I need that Gravy Bones Japanese art so bad. Oh, it looks so good. If it was a Young Hero, I would do anything I can to get it. But I'm not going to play that guy in Classic Constructed, so I'm chilling. But man, it looks really good. I never did a Union Arena tangent video, but Union Arena had a really big problem. Its meta was probably the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Union Arena had a really big problem of, if you just play Union Arena the way it is meant to be played and engaged with, it's really fun, and it's a really good game. But the second you try to play Union Arena in any sort of competitive way, it's the worst game of all time. Hands down, bar none, the worst game I've ever played. And that was a really big problem when it came out, because I would go to locals for it, and it was really fun. And locals had really cool winter cards. Actually, I low-key would try hard at locals because I really wanted this C2 winter promo. This is one of my prized possessions, not only because it's one of the most beautiful things of all time, but I fought tooth and nail to get this. Fun story, I actually, like, innovated on the format and, like, brewed up a deck so I could win this, and it somehow worked. And not only did it work, it won, like, a big Discord tournament, like, 2 weeks later. So, yeah, I kind of cooked to get this. So this is, like, a prized possession for me. But the second people started tryharding for these to try to, like, win winter promos, the game really sucks, because it turned out the best thing you could do in that game was just take all of, like, your fancy, take all your, like, super fancy boss monsters and then just slam them on the board as 4K vanillas. It was really cringe. The game, the way the math worked in the game, actively promoted you to misplay your main boss monsters to make them have 0 effects, just so you could play them, like, a little bit earlier, and they would just be big, beefy bodies, and that was enough to guarantee you won the game. It was really annoying. So every deck in the game was one of 3 things. It was either a slam your bombs as vanillas deck, a try to somehow go under them, which is what I did with green bleach when I built that deck, which try to just kill people before they could establish the wall. And that worked out pretty well. I won the locals and then played like one or two more after that and then quit the game forever. Or you try to high roll with the stupid green Karapika deck that is the most broken deck I've ever seen in my entire life. And I kept losing to it, and it was really annoying because that deck was a humongous pain to play against because you couldn't even play against it. They just killed you with nothing you could do about it. And it all came down to just if they high rolled their thing or not. So it was really, really annoying. So competitive and Union Arena was kind of a disaster. I don't know if it's better now. I've like heard vague rumors that they've sort of fixed things. But, I mean, at that point, I was kind of too far gone. My local stopped carrying it. It was just like, eh. If it's the classic, if my friend group started playing it again, I'd play it again. But there's really no way to justify me playing Union Arena at the current moment. Because that game scarred me for life. Because Current was, I mean, I guess, but he was... I guess, sure. So no, Union Arena was a bit of a disaster on release. It was really, really bad. I assume they fixed things in the time since I played it, but it wasn't for me. And again, it's one of those games where like it is only fun if you engage with it the way it is meant to be engaged with. The second you try to optimize it, it gets really, really, really cringe. So it just made, like, because it's clearly supposed to be a game where you just pick your favorite anime, you find a deck from the anime, and you build it and you jam games with your friends, right? That's, like, the whole idea. It's just to play your favorite freaking anime characters. I think the cards look great. I think the foils look super good. The alt arts looked awesome. Like, I was really excited. I was buying booster boxes. Like, it was really fun to open. Their cards are really cool to collect, but yeah, the second you try to like optimize the gameplay, it turns out the best thing you could do is remove all of the fun and is actually take all the effects off your cards and just use them as mathematical beat sticks. It was really annoying. So I was not a fan. It was just not for me. But yeah, honestly, would have tried Universes with IPs I liked, really like Union Arena mainly because they made Rurouni Kenshin. Rurouni Kenshin was busted. That was meta. I think it probably still is meta. Yeah, is Inuyasha? I think it is, yeah. But it's fun. It's pretty fun. I think the next to Neuronos because it's good price support. I mean, right? It has good price support. It's really cheap, right? It is cheap. It is definitely Vanguard tier in terms of like how the game is played. So I like agree. Like it is a really fun game to play. I think it's a great like side piece game. Just build a deck of an anime you like and just go to locals and hang and play games for fun. I think it's amazing. The problem is if you have a locals where nobody wants to play the game for fun, everybody wants to try to get the winner promo. And then everyone is just super omega cringifying the game to the point where it is obnoxious to play. That was my big problem. If people actually like just wanting to play the game for fun, I would play. I'd play so much Union Arena. I think the game is a blast, but yeah, it's bad. Nothing better than the early meta. I mean, I would hope. I don't think it could get worse than the early meta. The early meta was so bad. I don't think you could even get close to worse than that. But I don't know. I think the game's great. I think the game is great. It's just one of those things that everyone has to kind of be on the same page of what they want the game to be. But yeah, I don't know, dog. I don't make games. Like the art, not the artist. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't make the game. But yeah. So Union's Arena. I can't. Peak. Union Arena is okay. Universes is okay. I had a locals by me. They did a Universes TMNT pre-release just so they could try to get because they thought it would help them get Riftbound product. Because it was all through UVS games. That was really funny. And I went to it. I went to the Ninja Turtles pre-release. It was me, the owner of the store, and the owners of the store's brother that doesn't play card games but like Ninja Turtles. No one came out for that. It was kind of stuff. But I did get to play a little bit of Universes. I did get to go back to, I guess you could say, sort of my roots and play some UVS, which was like Kind of fun. It was kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, I would want to like UVS. It's just tough when Flesh and Blood is almost the same game but better in every single way, in my opinion, like personally. So yeah, sorry if you expected the UVS comeback. It's not gonna happen. They would have to get an IP that I adore. They would either have to get an IP that I adore or like really shake up the current list of IPs. It'd be one of those two things. I think they would either have to make it, you either have to be an IP that I love. The other problem with Universes is it's not like Weiss or Union Arena where you are locked into your IP and every set is just like a new couple of decks that come out. Universe is a bunch of IPs and all of the card pool is legal at the same time. So when it was all My Hero, it was still kind of fine. But now that it's like Attack on Titan and Ninja Turtles and Godzilla, decks look really weird and they in a way that I really don't like, especially when the concept of the game is it's supposed to be a fighting game. And it's like, okay, I'm playing as Izuku Midoriya and I'm gonna attack you with Michelangelo's nunchucks and Godzilla's fire breath and the Levi Ackerman Beyblade of Death Attack. I don't feel like Izuku Midoriya. You know, it's just like a weird IP cognitive dissonance thing that I really don't like and really can't get behind. So like either they would need to somehow print a deck that is somehow super self-contained that somehow gets me into the game, or if they went back and made it just fighting game IPs. I think if it was just fighting game IPs, I'd be in and I'd play it. But when it's like IP sludge and it's all sludging together, it's not for me. I can't do it. I can't do it. Just play Flesh and Blood. Just play Flesh and Blood. It's like the same game but better. You just don't have IPs. Not as anime, but it's like the same thing. It's really good. But yeah, I don't know. And then it was and the IPs are all over the place. Like it'll be like My Hero, okay, I could there is a My Hero fighting game that kind of fits. Godzilla, I mean, there's kind of I could like there could be like a Godzilla kaiju fighting game, so that's like I could maybe squeeze it in there. But then it's like the Attack on Titan manga. It's like, all right, I think we're starting to push it. And then like Critical Role and Star Trek Below Decks or whatever. And it's like, oh, you've lost me. As soon as I like Critical Role, I was already like, this doesn't feel like a fighting game. And then they did the Star Trek thing. I was like, oh, I'm never coming back. The Tekken decks almost got me back. When I saw the Tekken decks, I was like, wait, that could be fire. But then they did the Star Trek style. Like, I'm gone forever. I can't do it. Nope. Universes is donezo. I can't do it. I don't like the art for Fab either. I don't either. And that's why I don't play Flesh and Blood primarily, because I don't like the art, but it's one of those things where the game is so good, it almost overtakes the fact that I really don't like the magic art style. But not quite enough. Not quite enough. I'll still play it, and I'm like, this game is so fun. And then I'll play like 10 games of it and be like, yeah, I really don't like the art. I really not rocking with the art. And then I'll drop it. And then eventually, like, the urge will come back, like, I need to play Flesh and Blood again. And then I'll play it, I'll get my fix, and be like, yeah, but I don't like looking at the cards. And it's just a cycle now, which I'm glad Silver Age exists, because now I can dip in and out whenever I want. But yeah, it's just not for locals prize support. There is no for winter promo. Release my local as a top 4 since the group is really small. Easy to put the winter promo. So that was the other thing though, is like it's always been 4 winter promos. The problem was with like the C2 promo, the other winter promos looked like butt. They were bad. It was like Nanami on a poop background. Oh, I have them all. Because I was grinding, I kept getting like second and third. Also, I hate, the other reason, the main reason I don't play Union Arena, and the actual reason I stopped going to locals is I detest Bandai, and their tournament system is broken. I refuse to play in a Bandai tournament for the rest of my life. I won't do it. I hate Bandai so much. Their tournament system is broken. So I just, no, I would only play Union Arena like for fun I don't think I'd ever go to Union Arena locals ever again. I freaking hate Bandai tournaments. They're so bad. So annoying. Yeah, the Vanguard, Handguarding, and Fab. But yeah, like it's fine. Like it's fun. I like it a lot. But the winter promos look like butthole. I can grab all of them. Wait, no, those are promos. I got the winter promos. Oh, I think they're here. Yeah. Oh, I don't have. Okay. I don't have Karapika because there were actual people in that liked Hunter x Hunter that would get the Karapika ones. Like I didn't care about. But like so there's that beautiful C2 I just showed y'all, right? Your other options were this Byakuya Kuchiki, who looks just like fine. It looks like a regular rare, but with the winter stamp on it. Like no pretty background. I don't even think the background's like barely even foil. Mid. Or if you like JJK, you have a similarly styled Nanami on this like poop background. It was gross. So it was like, yeah, so when it came time for first place to pick their winner promo, what are they gonna pick? The freaking dog water or the beautiful C2 promo? Like, yeah, it was obvious. So like getting those was also like really hard because the other two looked like butt. But that's a very like minor complaint in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, Universes did Star Trek. It looks terrible. Let me pull it up. Remind you, this is supposed to be the fighting game card game. Let's get images. Yeah, it was like this. So it'd be like, check out my cool fighting game card game, and then you'd go into locals and you'd see this on the shelf, and you're like, really? That's the fighting game card game? Is Star Trek Lower Decks? Are you serious? So it was just, yeah. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I don't think I really want to play as Brad Boimler. I think I'm good. I think I am okay on the Brad Boimler. Yeah, it was rough. Is the Bandai Plus opponent win right thing makes you hate it because I've just given up on trying to understand it this way. So sort of. I might wait, what? I might play US if they get high school. They're not getting UA. They're not putting that in UA, dude. You got to go play like Weiss Rose to get stuff like that. If you want to play the Gooner game, you need like that. I don't. That's not hitting the UA. That's not happening. I'll tell you that is not happening. So the Bandai thing, I'll do the small version of the Bandai rant. The problem with Bandai is their buy system is broken. The win rate, so their tiebreakers are already bad, but if you play in a tournament where there's an even number of players, it's not the worst thing in the world. The problem is if you have a tournament with odd players, the entire tournament is cooked because their tiebreaker system is broken. So typically, I'm not going to do the whole Bandai rant. It could be its own video. It's honestly, it's like too late for that now. Bandai's been around for too long for that to even matter, so I'm not going to do the whole rant. Why sucks though? Well, that's where you got to go. If you want stuff like that, that's where you got to go. Sorry. Bandai's buy system is broken. So the way buys are supposed to work, the idea with a buy, right, is it like you have a term of 9 players, right? All right, when you pair everyone up, you're going to have one player off to the side. What do you do with them? What do you do about them record-wise, okay? You have a big problem here. The best way to do it is a buy counts as a win, but when it comes to tiebreakers, let's say you have a bunch of people that are 2-1, right? And you need to place them. So you need tiebreakers to break all the 2-1's ties. Well, one of these 2-1s has a win that they acquired from not playing a real opponent. They didn't actually play a game. They were handed a free win. So that win should count for at least a little bit lower than all the other players' actual wins. And this matters for sorry, Nikkei threw me off. They put Nikkei, that's Gotcha Gooner, actually like easy. So here's the problem, okay? Nikkei is like a popular mobile game people actively play, right? That people really like, and it's one of the most popular mobile games that you can play. High School DxD is a Gooner anime from 2012 that is still technically around, but it's much more of a popular light novel series. It is far less likely for them to print that on a cardboard than a game people actively play, despite all of its Goonerism. Right? Like, when it's the likelihood of Gooner IPs getting printed on cards, there's a big difference between current popular Gunner IP and niche cult classic Gunner IP, right? It's a little bit of a different tier system there, but I digress. So a bye is supposed to be a win, but it's a bit less of a win because it's not really a real win. You didn't play against anybody. You got handed the win for free, right? So when it comes to tiebreakers, it's a little worse than a win, right? But it's still a win. You're still 2-1, so you're still gonna beat anyone that's 1-2. But when they need to do breakers, it's a bit worse than a win. Bandai decided, what if actually, instead of making our free win a little worse than a regular win, what if we made it a super win? What if we made our bye actually the best thing you could be doing? Because now, in a Bandai tournament, if you get the bye, it counts as not only a win, but when it comes to tiebreakers, it's a super win. It's actually better. So when they go and they get all of the people that are 2-1, if one of those people has a bye, they are the strongest 2-1. They are the best 2-1. Why does this happen? Why do they do this? It's because the way the Bandai system works, when they log the bye, they count it. So the way like tiebreakers work, right? Let's say we're all 2-1. Right? There's 4 of us that are 2-1. We need to figure out how to place people. We need to break the tie. How do you do that? Right? What they do is they will look at opponent's match win rate. So they'll look at the people you beat. Right? They'll look at the people that you beat and they'll see how good those people were. Right? And if your opponent's match win rate is high, that means that you beat a pretty strong player. The person that you beat went on and beat a lot of other people. Right? That means you beat someone pretty strong. Therefore, you get placed a little bit higher in the tiebreaker because of your opponent's match win rate percentage, right? They're winning more games. Versus if you have a low opponent match win rate percentage, that means that the people that you beat were kind of bad, right? You beat them and then they kind of kept losing. So your win counts for a little bit less than the guy that beat, right? You beating the bad player counts for a little bit less than the guy beating the good player, right? This makes sense. And it's also kind of like the only way you can really like justifiably do tiebreakers without just like randomly rolling dice, which isn't really fair to anybody. This is also why it's good. People tell you that if you go like, if the cut for day 2 is X2, you want to lose as late into the bracket as possible, because then the people you lose to have really high win rates because, you know, you're meeting them at XO tables later in the round. You're losing to really good people. It helps out your breakers. This is why people say losing in the first round is so bad. It gives you really bad breakers because you could be losing to maybe someone who goes all the way on tops, or it could be someone who loses the next 3 rounds in a row and drops from the tournament, and it gives you a opponent like match win rate of like 0%, and it like breaks up your breakers, right? So this is why people tell you that you want to lose as late into the tournament as possible, because you want to lose to good players. That helps your tiebreakers because you're losing to good people, right? This all makes sense and is fine and dandy and adds up. The problem with Bandai. So actually, I'll say this. So then what do you think a bye should do? If the breakers are determined by opponent match win rate, what should the opponent match win rate of a bye be? Well, you don't have an opponent. So the best thing to do would be give the player with the bye an opponent match win rate of 0, because there's no opponent. Therefore, there's no matches for them to have won. Their win rate is 0. This makes the bye win bad in breakers because you have an opponent match win rate of 0, while everyone else has an opponent match win rate of normally some number. The only other way to get like a 0 is if you somehow like beat somebody and they instantly drop from the event. This is why you probably also have heard jokes about people saying that they're going to drop from events to hurt their opponent's breakers. That's what they mean. When you drop from the event, you have less matches that you have played, therefore less matches to go into that calculation of your match win rate percentage, right? If I lose and immediately drop, all of my opponents have my match win rate percentage at 0. That's really bad for their breakers. This is also why you really shouldn't drop unless you're like, you only should drop if you are for sure out of the tournament, like you're X3, right? And you cannot top. You should try to drop as late as possible because you kind of damage your opponent's breakers by doing that, but it's not really that big of a deal. that you should treat it as gospel, but it does like kind of matter. Like you shouldn't go like X1 drop in a big tournament. That's really bad. That really hurts people's breakers. But if it's like X2s make it and you go X3, then you're fine. Then you can drop. Only drop when you are officially out of the tournament. So that's all fine and dandy, right? So typically a bye that you get is an opponent match win rate of 0%, which makes it worse than anyone else's win because no one else is going to have a win that has their opponent match win rate at 0, right? So that makes that's like the scientific way. That's what makes the bye a lesser win. Is your opponent match win rate? It comes up in breakers. Bandai instead had the genius idea of, instead of a bye being a bad win, what if we made it a super win rate? What if we made it a super win and the bye's opponent match win rate is 100%, which is impossible. For your opponent to have a win rate of 100%, that means they never lost, but somehow you have a win against them. This means that when it comes to breakers, you have an unbeatable win. Your win has an OP match win rate of 100%, which is impossibly large. So, getting the bye in a Bandai event is actually getting a super win, because when it comes time to count breakers, to count the tiebreakers, you have an impossibly high opponent match win rate percentage. All right? So this already sounds like pretty bad. It gets worse. The lower player count you have, the worse it is. So what ends up happening at locals, when you have these like 7-man, 9-man, tiny locals, it means the only way to get first place without the bye is to go XO. Or not even that. It's not even that. What'll happen, actually, all of the time, this happened to me all the time. We'll go to locals, right? We'll play. There's someone has a bye. It's not me. Let's say it's a 3-round locals, right? We'll play. We'll go. I'll play. I'll go 2-0, right? I'll get to the finals. 2-0 in the finals, right? I'll play the finals guy and I'll lose. Ah, shucks. I lost in the finals. That sucks. Well, at least I got second place, right? Because that's the finals, right? We were both the only 2-0s. We played each other in the finals. I lost, he won. That's okay. I get second place at the promos. Well, at least the guy I played against is a humongous Hunter x Hunter fan, which means he's going after the Kurapika promo, which means the C2 promo is mine for the taking, right? This is good for me. So we finish the tournament. We go to get our promos. They go, all right, first place is the guy that was 3-0. Take your promo. He takes the Kurapika promo. All right, there you go. Second place, some guy that's not me. And I'm like, pardon? I thought am I not second place? Because, I mean, I lost, but it was in the finals, right? I'm the highest seeded 2-1, right? I'm not second place. And they go, oh no, you got fourth. You got fourth. Yeah, I got bumped down. You know why I got bumped down to fourth? Because the other 2-2-1s both had byes, which means they have super wins. So I have 2 regular wins, and then these other Joe Schmoes that aren't even in like top cut contention have 1 regular win and a super win. So when it comes to like calculating tiebreakers, they get placed over me. So even though I made it to like the finals of the locals, because I lost and I didn't have a bye, because I just never got the bye during the tournament, I get bumped to 4th. This happened like 3 times. And on the 3rd time, I was like, I can't do it. It meant the only way to top a local and like qualify for prizing is either go undefeated or get the bye. And that was really frustrating. That was really annoying. And it's in Union Arena. It's one thing if it's like Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic and you can be like, we'll just be good at the game, right? But this is Union Arena, dog, right? We're flipping color triggers, dude, right? We're playing the stupid Kurapika scam deck. Like, this is Union Arena, let's chill. So the fact that Bandai has a system that specifically robs players that just didn't happen to get the bye and had to, play the game was really, really, really frustrating. And it was really stupid. So I have big beef with Bandai tournaments because of that. It's so annoying. But oh well, that is what it is. What is this? I'm playing two local tournaments, clearly competitive knowledge, understands anything to do. My UH is a lot more fun to play on the locals, found it more easy to understand the game. Yeah, right, that's fine. Vanguard, but even more high roll. It's like the actual games you play are of zero consequence in the grand scheme of your standings. It's all whether or not you got the bye. So yeah, I was like, I can't play in a Bandai locals ever. It's so frustrating. You literally get sacked by the freaking company. No, it's ridiculous. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea to make the buy opponent match win percentage 100. Why is the buy a super win? That doesn't make any sense. Why is my free win stronger than just an average win? I cannot comprehend how that makes any sense at all. But whatever. Bandai rant over. We've been streaming for I kicked my trash can. We've been streaming for almost 2 hours. I think it's time that we talk about the actual like thing that I titled the stream about to finally get to this portion of the video. The Overtrigger's not going away. If they didn't ban the Overtrigger in Premium, if they didn't get rid of it after 5 years of Standard, the Overtrigger is going nowhere. It's not going away. They love the Overtrigger. The thing we have to understand is Bushiroad's design philosophy is to make the game as casually friendly as possible. The more ways there are for bad players to win the game, the better for them, because that keeps people playing, because anyone can win. There's always a chance anyone could win, and casuals really enjoy that. So the Overtrigger is going nowhere. It's not going to leave. I'd be shocked if they got rid of it. It'd honestly be crazy. Because not only would be getting rid of it be a good decision, not only would it be for the sake of competitive integrity, something they would never do, but it would also require them admitting that it was a bad mechanic that they kept around for the last 5 years. What could they add? Flip Vanguard? What? I don't know. They'll make up something. It honestly doesn't really matter. Or maybe they'll make up nothing. I don't know. Only time will tell. You know, you're playing the guessing game of like, is the sun gonna explode tomorrow? Like, I guess they can. Bushiroad can do literally whatever they want, right? At one, they gave us freaking Energy Dog. They just started inventing new resources. Like they're gonna print whatever. They just be printing anything these days. Oh, so I guess we're making triangles now, meme. We'll see. I don't know. All we can do is like literally wait. All we can do is I don't even want to speculate, because the only thing speculation is gonna do is get people's hopes up and make us think they're gonna fix the game until they inevitably don't, and they introduce some stupid new mechanic that we hate. So we'll see. Yeah, all we can really hope is that the protagonist is cool. All we can really hope for is for the protagonist being cool. Okay, chat. I've dilly-dallied for long enough. It is time to finally talk about what we came here to talk about, what the title of the stream is. And that's a game I want to talk about. I want to talk about a game. What's the best way? What's the best way to intro today's topic? I want to talk about a game called the Exceed Fighting System. How do I want to intro this? You see, chat, I really like fighting games. Any fighting game players in chat? Any fighting gamers? We got any fighting gamers? I really like fighting games as a concept, but I am really bad at them. I've never given fighting games like a really fair shot, but I am like not a immediate goat with talent, so I've only really like dipped my toes into the world. I haven't really given a fighting game like a really fair like attempt, but I'm pretty bad at them. But I really like fighting games conceptually. I love listening to people talk about fighting games. I think fighting games are super interesting, and sort of like the strategy that goes into them. I think it's super fun, and it gives me the same like brain tingles that card games do. So I love listening to people talk about fighting games. So I'll watch a lot of like FGC YouTube, and it'll just kind of like pop into my feed, and I'll give it a listen. But it's mostly just like discussion content and stuff. Yeah, Mortal Kombat, Soul Calibur, yeah, fighting games. We freaking love fighting games. And a little while back, I stumbled upon a game called the Exceed Fighting System. I'd always liked games like Universes and like Flesh and Blood that are very much about capturing the idea of a fighting game in sort of card form. And for the longest time, we were kind of at an impasse with like Universes was like the fighting game card game, and Flesh and Blood was the fighting game card game, but they were like that in different ways. Universes was the fighting game card game in that it used a lot of fighting game nomenclature, but never really felt quite like a fighting game. Like Universes has, you know, the momentum and the EX decks, and all your attacks hit a zone of high, mid, low, and you have to block the zones, and it's like uses the terminology of a fighting game. But Flesh and Blood really felt like a fighting game. Flesh and Blood really felt like if you did just faithfully translate a fighting game into the world of a card game, Flesh and Blood is more what you would end up with. It really like encapsulated more of like the feelings of a fighting game, where Universes is like fighting game terminology on cardboard. Flesh and Blood felt more like the actualization of a fighting game TCG. But none of them were like perfect, as we've discussed earlier. They all kind of had their flaws. Flesh and Blood, art's not really for me, the IP is not really for me, but the gameplay's phenomenal. Universes, the gameplay's kind of especially when I compare it to Flesh and Blood, and I kind of hate all the IPs that are in it, and it's an IP game. If you don't like the IP, why play the game? And then somehow, somewhere, I'm honestly not going to lie, I don't really remember how or why I stumbled into the Exceed fighting system. And this is not a TCG. It is more of a board game. It's a card game, but it's sort of more board game adjacent, and we'll explain that later. And for those like, for those of you that have weird, crazy, deep cut ball knowledge bacon saver lore, you might have remembered a YouTube community post I made a long time ago where I was like, things are happening, and I was working on a bit of a project. And, you know, that project never really went anywhere for reasons I'll get into, but I did end up finishing that, and I should have had it closer to me. Let me grab it right now. About the Exceed fighting system really just snagged a nerve in my brain in just the right way to make me go completely insane and neurotic. And I started a project that was a little too big for my britches, but I did manage to complete it through many hours of just like, I don't know, pure psychosis. I did manage to complete it. You see, I wanted to talk about Exceed. But Exceed is a game that is so unique that I didn't feel comfortable making. Also, this is the reason I never made a video on Exceed. You might wonder, what happened to the Exceed video? Why did I never make a video on Exceed? I never felt comfortable talking about Exceed because it was such a different experience. I wanted to really get a handle on the game before I attempted to make any video, like really talking about it or discussing it. It would have been like a 6-year-old making a video game about Mortal Kombat, where all I could really talk about is how I liked to mash the buttons on the controller and my character did cool moves on the screen. So I figured I was going to have to play a lot of Exceed in order to really like learn and understand it before I could make a video on it. And I figured, hey, one of my favorite hobbies is reskinning card games as different IPs. Because I was thinking to myself, I could go, how do I acquire Exceed? How do I go buy Exceed? Well, I did buy something. So in order to learn, I did find a copy of the Guilty Gear demo decks. I found the Guilty Gear Strive Exceed demo decks, and I figured I'd pick these up to learn the games with. But I was looking, and there is a set of Guilty Gear decks. I think Guilty Gear is a really cool IP. I've played it a little bit, but that big Guilty Gear box was a Kickstarter project and is pretty not available anymore. I could not find it. This was kind of the only official Guilty Gear product I could get my hands on. I couldn't find the big box, and not for a reasonable price. And I figured, hey, why spend $200 on the Guilty Gear box when I could instead spend 200 hours, or let me restart that. I figured, why spend $200 on the big Guilty Gear box when I could instead spend 200 hours of my life just making the Guilty Gear box. And I figured, hey, if I'm going to make the Guilty Gear box, why don't I just make it Vanguard instead? Because, Vanguard would probably be a pretty cool fighting game. Vanguard has, iconic enough units, and they're all different enough that, like, a Vanguard fighting game would work pretty well. I think all of the characters would translate decently well into a fighting game. Obviously not, like, canon monster size included, but it would all go pretty well. So I decided to set out on a little project to completely reskin the entire Guilty Gear box as Cardfight Vanguard themed decks. And I did it. This was probably the biggest project of my life, and I've done nothing with it. I've just kept it in this box for forever. So until now, this has just been a personal me project. But I've decided I finally want to talk about Exceed in a different kind of way, because the unfortunate thing was, while I was able to I think I got a solid 2 locals where I was able to play card games with my friends, I already forced my friends to play so many different games, and this one is so different, being not a TCG, that it was really hard to find time to sit down and learn with people. Maybe I'll try again. Maybe after this video, I'll be reignited to try it again soon. But because I was able to only play only play 2 games, and even in those games, I only, sort of started to understand how the game works on, a fundamental level, I kind of decided to pseudo-abandon the project, but not before finishing the big Vanguard box. So today I kind of want to talk about Exceed as more of just, an overview of the game and the things I like, and a little idea that I have for the future. But before we get into that, let's talk about what the frick is Exceed. And I'm going to use my little Vanguard decks to demo it. Victor, yeah, we'll bust out Victor. Where's Victor? There he is. Let's bust out Victor. Actually, hold on. Can I? Yeah, hold on. Whoa, almost dropped it. Let's set this down. Pardon me smacking the mic. This doesn't really fit exactly the way I'd like it to. And let's take it over to the table game I have set up for us today. It's upside down, but it's kind of how it is because of the flap on top. I successfully completed reskinning every single Guilty Gear deck as a Vanguard deck. Gosh, this was way too much work, but I don't regret a second of it. I did watch a lot of Adventure Time while I was doing it. But you said Victor, so let's take a look at Victor. We'll use Victor as my little demo example for all of this. Get this out of the way. So, what is Exceed? Exceed is, in my opinion, the best that I have seen so far attempt at translating a fighting game into a card game, almost as directly and faithfully as one could possibly do. And I think it's really cool. I went hard in the paint. I made little tuck boxes for every single deck. They're starting to kind of fray on the sides. And, the Office Max printers aren't the best thing ever, but, this is pretty good. I'd love to see an Adventure Time deck. I mean, we already have it in Weiss. We've seen them do collabs in both Weiss and Vanguard. I forget what it was, but it has happened before. So it's not impossible, but probably not the most crazy thing ever, because I don't know if the Adventure Time set did super well. But I digress. So, how do I describe the way Exceed works? What's the best way to start? So it is not a TCG. You do not build your deck. All of the decks come pre-built. And that is both a positive and a negative. Obviously, I would prefer to build my own decks, but the way Exceed works, it's actually very important that the decks are pre-built, because all of these are fighting game characters, right? When you play a fighting game, you don't get to pick your moves, right? You don't get to just go I want to play Guile, but I'm going to give him Ryu's Hadouken. No, you play the character, and the kit they have is the kit that they have, right? So Exceed, you play as a character, In this case, we have our buddy Victor here, who is a Rushdown character. The characters can do the thing where they can exceed, where you flip them over. It's sort of like Keyforge. Hold on, before I get into this. See, I knew people were going to... I'm glad I delayed 2 hours. I knew people were going to show up while... I said this in the beginning of this... I said this 2 hours ago. Where I'm like, I feel bad. People are going to pop in while I'm doing the main thing. And they're going to be like, I don't know what's happening. But Empire Youth's the GOAT. So we're going to rerun the full spiel. Just for you, buddy. Because I care about you. Basically, so today we're talking about the Exceed fighting system. I'm a big fan of fighting games, but I don't play them because I'm bad at them. But also, I've never really given one a super fair chance, so maybe one day. But I really adore fighting games conceptually. I think they're super neat and interesting, and I think they're very card game adjacent. But there's never been a really good fighting game card game. There's been Universes and Flesh and Blood, which are close in 2 different ways, but never quite fully made it there. And then one day, I stumbled upon a board game called the Exceed Fighting System, and I wanted to try it. I wanted to learn it because I thought it was really cool. So I ended up picking up the only product I could really find to get my hands on was the Guilty Gear demo decks. So this is 2 demo decks that I played with some buddies at locals for about 2 games. Because unfortunately, it's hard to convince people to try like super new games, even if it's not a TCG. I'm sure they'd play more if I really tried, but it's maybe one day I'll come back to it. But there was a giant Guilty Gear box of every single Guilty Gear character. But that was a Kickstarter thing, and I couldn't find the big box, and I think it was like $200. And I decided, why would I spend $200 when I can spend 200 hours of my life completely reskinning the game as Vanguard characters? So through many hours of being neurotic and psychosis, I reskinned the entire Guilty Gear Exceed expansion as Vanguard characters because I thought it'd be fun, and it was really fun. And I don't regret it for a second. But I've also done nothing with this. This is probably the biggest project I've ever done, and I have nothing to show for it. And I decided today I just want to talk about Exceed. Because I think it's really cool, and I just want to talk about it. So, we're using our good old boy Victor as an example. Because the star likes Victor. But do you like fighting games? Are you a big fighting game guy? If not, you might not find this the most interesting thing in the world, but I do think this is a really cool game. And I sort of want to talk about this game in terms of applications in a TCG. That's kind of the main goal of this video. But first, we have to learn what Exceed is. So we're starting with our boy Victor, which I made these like tuck boxes for. I went really hard in the paint. So Exceed is not a TCG. It is more of a board game because all of the decks are pre-built. Right, and they're all specific to the character you play as. So in this case, we're playing as Victor. Guess you like fighting games? You're the perfect audience for this then. If it's just an I guess, perfect. Because this game is handmade for me. I'm terrible at playing fighting games, but I adore them conceptually. So this is the Victor deck. And it's a lot of it is exclusive to Victor. No money for art. I mean, it'd be like that sometimes. The other thing, yeah, okay, so good, you saw that. I mentioned that a little second ago. So I was saying earlier, if you guys have Super Omega Bacon Saver ball knowledge, and you know the lore, I made a community post about this a long time ago. The reason I never went anywhere with Exceed was because I knew from the start, Exceed is a game that is so different. I never made a video on it because I never felt super comfortable talking about it because I knew I was gonna have to take a lot of time to learn how the game works to really have like cool ideas about it. The most I could do, even right now, it would be like a 6-year-old reviewing Mortal Kombat and being like, it's really fun when I click the button and Scorpion goes chain. There wasn't enough there to really justify an entire video on. So it kind of died out because I never really got around to fully exploring the game and blah, 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 blah. Basically, we're here now to finally follow up on that community post that I made a year ago, and finally talk about Exceed because I just want to talk about it. And then maybe I'll go from there, I'll play it and learn it. But I just want to talk about the game. So the game is a fighting game. And he plays a character. They have the thing where they can transform to their flip side and like ult and get new abilities and blah, 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 blah. But it is not a TCG. You do not build your deck. The deck comes pre-built. Because it's just like a fighting game. In a fighting game, you don't build your character. You don't get to be like, I want to play Guile, but I want to give him Ryu's Hadouken. No, you play the character and you have the moves that the character has. And Exceed works in the same way. And that is, it's very important that Vanguard does that. and I'll get into why later. Why does Vanguard have a crossover with the Exceed fighting system? Because I made it. I wanted to learn Exceed, but I wanted to learn Exceed, but I didn't want to spend $200 on the Guilty Gear Strive like collection box thing. So I decided, screw it, I'll just make the Guilty Gear collection box thing. Oh, I got caught. I said I'll just make the Guilty Gear collection box thing, and while I'm at it, I'll just reskin it as Vanguard. So I have every single Guilty Gear Strive character reskinned as a Vanguard Giera deck. So, I'm a little crazy, if you couldn't tell. I figured I'd finally want to talk about it, because I made this like a year ago. So Exceed has a Vanguard collab now because I made it a Vanguard collab. Ugh. But yeah, I never got to do too much with it, so we're gonna do stuff with it now. It'll be fun. Okay, where should we start? Where should we start with Exceed? Where do we start with Exceed? So let's start with one of the coolest things about Exceed that I really like. I gotta separate these decks. But yeah, the TLDR is I was gonna make a video on Exceed, but then as I started to learn the game more, I realized I was gonna need to spend a lot of time with the game to really understand it and be able to make an actual interesting video about it that isn't just me going I like clicking the buttons. It's really fun. But because of just I don't have a lot of friends. I don't have friends that are super into Exceed, and the way Locals was working was there wasn't really a lot of time to be able to convince people to try to learn the game with me. It ended up just kind of fizzling and never really went anywhere. And then I never made a video about it just because I didn't have anything interesting to say. But today I just kind of want to talk about the game, and sort of just more applications for it in a TCG. But we'll get there. Okay. Something I like about Exceed is that it has a mechanic that I've come to really enjoy in TCGs that we don't see a lot. And what would I even call it? I really like it when games have a resource that just begins in the deck automatically. So the basic example is lands. Every deck automatically has a third of it as lands, as resource cards in the deck. Pokemon is energy, right? But I know a lot of people hate generic resource cards that are in the deck. But I think there are other examples that go even beyond that still fit the criterion. A good example is actually Vanguard. A good example is Vanguard with triggers, right? Every Vanguard deck automatically contains 16 triggers, right? And you start the deck building process with these 16 triggers, and you kind of go from there. The big benefit from this that I like is it helps limited. My favorite format of all time is draft. And this is a really big strength for draft because in Magic, right? When you draft from 3 packs of 15 and you build a 40 card deck. Oh man, 40 of the cards I draft go into my deck. That means I can only make 5 cuts, right? Wrong. In Magic, because you need to add 17 lands from outside of the game into your deck, you only end up having to actually draft 23 playables, right? Where in every other game, like Duel Masters, Yu-Gi-Oh!, One Piece, Digimon, any Bandai game, 40 of the cards you draft have to go into your deck. And I think that can kind of limit the drafting process. But a lot of games really shy away from the resource cards starting in the deck because people really hate lands and energy. And I agree. I think that they're kind of rough, right? They're not super ideal. I think that they lead to a lot of feels bad moments. But then I realized when I was making the Vanguard draft format, triggers do everything I need lands to do. If you were to draft Vanguard, right, you would be able to make a lot more cuts because you'd have to also include triggers in your deck that you wouldn't be drafting. You would just get a set of rainbow triggers at the end of the draft that you'd put into your deck, right? So if I was ever going to make a TCG, that is a concept I would really want to try to include. Something that has the properties of lands and triggers in that it makes drafting really easy because you actually don't draft the entire deck when you draft. You draft a portion of the deck, and then the deck is completed by adding in cards from outside the game as these base cards that exist in the deck. Maybe not even base cards, because triggers aren't base cards. They're just more of a fundamental piece of the deck. I don't know what word I would use. I'm still kind of working on that. But Exceed has that. So every Exceed deck it's different because it's not a TCG, it's a board game. So the deck size is kind of whatever the designers want it to be, but it tends to hover around 30. It tends to be around 30-ish cards. I think Victor's 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29. Oh, I think Victor's 29. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. What? 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. No, I just can't count. So Victor is 30. Victor is 30. The thing with Exceed, though, is every single character has the exact same 16 cards in their deck. And they are these basic attacks. And they get there's 8 basic attacks, and they get 2 copies of every basic attack. And every single Exceed deck has this. Which, granted, in terms of just Exceed is kind of a lot, because that means every deck has these 16 cards, and then only 14 are unique to the deck. But it's really important for how the game operates. Because Exceed is a fighting game, these cards function like the regular moves of any character, right? If you play a fighting game, every character can punch, every character can jump, everyone has a dash, everyone can kick, right? You have a light, medium, heavy, blah, 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 blah. And then you have your deck of your 14 special moves. These are the moves that are actually unique to your character. They're your specials, right? And every character has different specials, but every character is the same set of basic attacks. So, like, for example, if you were to draft Exceed, every deck would have these basic attacks. I think it's really a cool idea. What makes the Exceed basic attacks special is that the entire game is balanced around these. Every single special move is an offshoot of one of these basic attacks. And I think to explain these, we should probably explain how the game works. So, in Exceed, let me get the playmat. Can I fit the playmat on the table? I'm about to put you guys on. I'm about to put y'all on greatness. Let's get the good old paper playmat. Uh-oh, did it rip? Oh, it ripped. It's doing the foldy thing where it's caught. There we go. Rip the playmat a wee little bit. Alright, you can kind of see it. So Exceed is played on this grid. It's played on this line. And both characters will start the game in neutral fighting game terms. You'll start on these little G icons, right? And you kind of play by moving on spaces on this line. It's just a 2D fighting game. It's a 2D fighting game, and you're moving along the 2D plane. And the cool thing is, where you are freaking matters. So let me grab an attack. This, and I guess this. Sure. In Exceed, what you'll do... Let me actually grab an opponent. Who should Victor fight? Let's do a little G episode 1 throwback. Also, the thing I posted in the community notes. Do Blade Master. Let's do Victor versus Blade Master for the sake of this argument. All right. So the way Exceed works is when you want to. Let's say I want to attack. I want to make an attack against Blade Master. Let's pretend that they've moved. I could do Asha. Let's do some season 1. Let's do some season 1. Oh my gosh, I'm dropping everything. I did not prep this well enough. Don't slide. There we go. Let's pretend, for the sake of the example that I'm about to portray, let's say that they moved and they're now right next to each other. If I just read what cards I grabbed. Okay. Let's say I want to attack. I'd look at my hand of cards. I take an attack and I put it face down in front of me, and then my opponent has to take one of their cards and put it face down in front of them. Right? No matter who declared the attack, both players still have to put down a card. Then you reveal the cards at the same time, and you compare a bunch of numbers on them. So we're going to look at the card I played. So I played this thing called Assault, and they have some stats on the side. The first thing they have is a range. Every attack has a different range that it works at. So in this case, Assault is range 1, which means my opponent has to be 1 space away, right? If he was over here, my Assault wouldn't work. I can't assault him. He's too far away. I can't punch him in the gut. He needs to be right here. All right? So our range is good. Then we have the red is the power. It's how much damage we'll deal. And characters start at, they all start at different health. I think they all start at 30. Yeah, I think every character starts at 30 health. I don't know. I'm pretty sure every character starts at 30 health. Yeah, because it's a fighting game. Every character has the same health bar. So you start at 30 health. So this is the amount of damage it deals. First person at 0 dies, obviously. And then they also have speed. Speed matters against your opponent's card. The first thing you do when you flip the attacks is you compare speeds. Whoever has the higher speed goes first. In this case, this would be our opponent's cross attack, because it has a speed of 6, and we only have a speed of 5. So Blade Master gets to play his attack first. So cross is a range 1 to 2, right? And he is in range 1 to 2. He's in range 1. So he gets to resolve his effect, which is power 3. So he'll do 3 damage to Victor. Victor takes 3. Ah, ouch. Then some cards have effects. In this case, cross effect is after retreat 3. That means after the attack does its thing, he gets to retreat 3. So he goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. He's all the way back here now. So cross, he gets to go. He gets the punch and then run away. Now, because we got hit, we're in hit stun. All right, we get stunned, which means our attack doesn't freaking work. So our attack just gets thrown into the garbage. We've taken damage. We got mollywopped. Some attacks have some other stats. They have this little green number called guard. And what guard is if you take damage that is equal to or less than your guard value, you don't get stunned. This protects you from getting stunned. So you're able to hit them back. Which can matter. Now, let's pretend that we played Assault properly. Let's pretend that the game state is here. And now we chose to attack with our Assault. And our opponent puts their card face down. And then we flip them over. You probably wouldn't play cross here. Does the before happen after the speed? I think it does. When does before trigger? Frick, it's been so long I'm forgetting the rules. Assault has this text on it that says before. This means before it deals damage, you close 2. So let's say like Blade Master plays this cross. Oh, he's faster than us, but he's out of range. This is range 1 to 2. He's 3 away. That sucks. Get out of here. That doesn't work. Then we play our Assault. It has range 1. We're not in range 1. Oh no. It has this text that says before. That means before we like look at any of the numbers or anything, we close 2. That means we get 2 closer to him. So we go, whoa! We dash at him. This is like a dash attack. Now, look at that. We're in range 1. So we mollywop him for 4 damage. He gets blasted. And this has an on-hit effect, which my camera is poopy butthole, so you probably can't read it, but I'm going to read it aloud. It says hit, we gain advantage, which means that we get the next turn. It doesn't matter who played the attack. We get to take the next turn. So you can kind of like steal your turn. So in fighting game terms, Assault is a card that lets you dash in, punch your opponent, and then steal the next turn. It's a good like aggro card, right? Cross is a good hit and run card. If your opponent's 1 to 2 spaces away, you play the cross. It's really freaking fast. You punch them and then you run, right? This is a pretty good like form of defense. If you don't want to try to like use guard to try to tank the hit, you can play cross to just hit first and then skedaddle. And then there's a bunch of other cards. The cool thing, sort of what I'm getting at, the really cool thing about Exceed and about like the basic cards. Let's see, what do we have? Cross, this, that, this. That's 8. Yeah. So there's 8 basic cards that every character has access to. And every basic card is a counter to another basic card. They all beat each other in a big giant circle, right? So let me get the... I don't think we need the playmat anymore. You guys get the gist. You're adult. You're smart individuals. You understand that the game takes place on a 2-dimensional grid or a 2D plane, and you move forward and back, and the attacks have range that you need to like make sure you're in range of to use. Y'all can comprehend that. We can get the playmat out of here. We can get the paper mat out of here. All of the basic attacks beat each other, and it's really, really cool. So we can actually arrange this sort of... let's go by speed. That's probably the best way to do it. So I'm in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. I forget what the order is. There's a really good YouTube video on that explains this a lot better than I'm going to be able to. So we're gonna go. Is it better to start with block? Sure, let's just start with block. Let's start at the top. So this pink card, this is the block card. It has no range and no power, and has 0 speed. So this card is always going to go last. But it has armor too, which armor just straight up reduces the damage that you would take. Guard simply helps you not get stunned. Armor straight up just reduces the damage. So this reduces the damage by 2. And then if you take 3 or less, you get to do the effect, which is when you are hit, you can spend any amount of force. What force is just discarding cards out of your hand or your super meter. So whenever you have to spend force, you either discard a card from your hand or you spend some super gauge. And for every force you spent, you gain +2 armor. So you can make that, as long as you discard the right amount of cards, this can block anything. That's why it's called block. So let's say your opponent's hitting you for 6, right? You can go, okay, I'm going to discard 2 cards, get +4 armor. I now block the whole thing for 6. Just block it, right? And then it has an after, and after this goes to your gauge at the end of the strike, this means this gets added to your super meter. Normally, I think it's you only add attacks to your super meter if they hit. That gives you like gauge or like momentum and UVS. Block is, as long as you block, it goes to your super meter. So this card is like the biggest defense card in the game. It blocks whatever you want, and it gets you super meter for it. It's very good. How do we beat block, right? What's the best card to beat block? Well, it's this card called Focus that is similar to block, but a little bit different. It has range 1 to 2, 4 power, 1 speed, 2 armor, 5 guard. This is sort of similar to block. It says you can't be pushed or pulled, so they can't move you. You can't be like displaced, and it replaces itself afterwards. So this, does this beat block, or is this supposed to beat this? No, I think this beats this. Some cards beat cards by having more speed, and some cards beat cards by having less speed. So do I, maybe I should move outwards. Maybe I should start in the middle and go out. I mean, this is strong. And then this beats that. This beats that. Let's start here. Yeah. So let's start, so there's block. Basically the Guardian from Recross, kind of. You can kind of think of like the guards from Recross. So let's, yeah, we'll start at block. So this is like the ultimate defense thing in the game. And then you're kind of left with this scale of 7. Let's start, we're going to start in the middle with one of the best cards in the game, Dive. I'm going to put these over here in a way that sort of makes sense. Okay. So we have Dive. This is a pretty good card. It's range 1, power 5, speed 4. Pretty good even stats. But it has the effect of before you advance 3, and if you have advanced past your opponent with that 3, their attacks don't hit you. So the way you use Dive, is this the stack? No, this is the stack. There we go. If we're here, Dive is a really good attack to play on turn 1 from neutral, because you'll have I think yeah, it's good at neutral because you'll hit past them. But you play Dive, you'll advance 1, 2, and hop over them 3. So you dive, you know, it's a dive kick. You dive kick past your opponent behind them. You're now in the range 1 to hit them for freaking 5. That's a lot. And since you dove past them, their attacks don't hit you. So kind of no matter what they play, their attack will not hit you. So how do we beat Dive? Dive's really good. What card beats Dive? Well, we just go back. We just start going backwards. Let's go to Assault. What does Assault do? Assault has 1 range, 4 damage, and 5 speed. Similar to Dive, just kind of flipped the power and speed numbers. And then it says, before close to, hit, you gain advantage. You see your fighting game. Nice, I'm talking about it. I mean, I'm very excited to talk about it. This game is very, very sick. But sort of more in a way. You may, I got it. All right, I didn't, so, okay, here's the thing. I wanted to learn the game, and I managed to get my hands on the Guilty Gear Strive demo decks to play. But I couldn't. I wanted to get the big box, because I'm a gluttonous freak and I wanted to have a lot of characters, but I couldn't really find the big Guilty Gear box, and I couldn't really find it for anything less than $200. So I figured, you know what? Let me use my creative crafting skills. Let me make the Guilty Gear box, and then I figured, you know what? While I'm at it, why don't I reskin the entire thing? So, instead of spending $200, why would I do that when I can spend 200 hours of my life reskinning the entire Guilty Gear battle box as Cardfight Vanguard units? I did this like forever ago and then never did anything with it for various reasons, but today I'm finally talking about Exceed, because I want to talk about it more in terms of like mechanics it does that I'd love to put into trading card games. But yeah, I like this a lot. If you try your stuff directly from the producer's website, by the way, since they have cheaper and yeah, right. I had missed the Guilty Gear box Kickstarter thing by like 2 years. So that thing was gone. But I was like, why would I do that when I can just skin the whole thing as Vanguard cards? And hey, that might even help me better convince my friends to try the game with me. So that was fun. So here's the thing, right? The reason I never made the Exceed video is because I knew when I started looking at the rules, I realized I was going to need to spend a lot of time with the game, playing it to really understand it and have actual interesting things to talk about. And that never really happened because I never really got around to getting my friends super on board with it. We played a couple practice games, and I couldn't really tell if they were super into it or not, blah, 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 blah. Never got super in-depth into it. So I wasn't able to make a video really talking about the game. But now, I want to talk about some things that it does that I really, really like and I wish got implemented into TCGs, and maybe talking about how they can get implemented in TCGs. Right now, I'm just kind of getting everyone up to speed on what I think is really cool about the game. Do they have it? I thought the GG season sold out. At least when I went to buy it, like a year ago, it was sold out. And it was gone. And then when I did find it, it was like $200, and I was like, I'm just going to proxy it, and then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna reskin it. And it was really fun to reskin because I made all of the cards Vanguard themed, and it's really, really, really cool. But the TLDR is Exceed does something I really like, where it has a bunch of base cards that are already index, that help with limited and drafting and making that whole process more smoother, similar to lands and energy, but better than that because they actually focus more like triggers and Cardfight Vanguard. Blah, 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 blah. We're talking about how all the basic attacks beat each other and how the whole game is built around it. Yeah. Okay, so Dive's really sick, right? This Dive is a really cool card. How the heck do we beat Dive, right? We want to be able to beat Dive. Well, we just go back down the line. We go to Assault. Also, feel free to correct me if I say anything wrong, because I can almost guarantee I will say at least 5 things incorrectly in this stream. So I need a Exceed expert in my corner to explain to correct me when I make a mistake. We have Assault, which I just said the stats for, range 1, 4, 5, before close 2. What you can do is if you think your opponent's going to play Dive, you can just play Assault. They do not 7. I know the 7th cross reprint, highly considering getting the 7th cross stuff. But that I would want people to play with, and at that point, I just would play the Vanguard decks with them. But that's besides the point. So if you think your opponent's going to play Dive, you can play Assault, which is 1 speed higher. It's 5 versus 4, so Assault will go first. And what will happen is Assault will go first. It'll close the gap that they were trying to kick you with. So if you think Victor's trying to go kick you and get behind you, Assault's going to close that gap that he made, punch him in the gut, and steal the turn from him. And you just get to take the next turn. So if you think your opponent's going to play Dive, you can just slam them with the Assault, and they'll just get mollywopped. All right. What if you're in this position, and you would think your opponent is going to try to assault you? Right? What if you think they're just going to try to run in and blow your balls off, right? And you're scared and you want to get out of Assault Rave. Do you get advantage? No, you get advantage from Assault. Oh, did I say advantage? That's an actual keyword. I need to think of a different word to say instead of advantage. But yeah, if you think they're going to blow you up with Dive, you can just hit them with Assault and then steal the turn. Then if you think your opponent wants to assault you, they want to go and then punch you in the face, you can go up the chain. We can play Cross, which is 6 speed. That's going to be faster than Assault. It's going to punch him for 3, But then you get to retreat 3, so you get to run away and get out of the assault gap closer range, which is really cool. If you think your opponent, let's say your opponent's close to you and you think they want to run away, right? And you think they want to play cross to retreat, right? What you can do is back up the chain. We can play grasp, which is speed 7, which beats assault across his 6 speed, and it says hit, push, or pull 1 or 2. So you can grab them out of the cross. It'll stun them so they can't run away. And then you either get to put them 1 space away, or you can just throw them behind you. And now they're 1 space away and you can maybe blow them up on your next turn. But if you think they're trying to run away, you can hit them with the grab, hit them with the command grab, yoink them, either throw them a space or throw them behind you. Oh, it's push or pull too. So I guess you could even like throw them over here. Or you can just put them back in cross range, except now you've dealt damage instead of them dealing damage. But if you think your opponent's going to hit you with a cross, you just grab them. What if you're right next to your opponent and you think they're going to try to grab you with this freaking 7 speed grasp, which is the fastest card in like the base attacks. Grasp is fast as frick, right? You can't outspeed that. What the heck do we do about grasp? Well, we can play, I think, what's next in the chain? Would it be focus? You can always block anything you want. But we also have focus. Focus beats a lot of freaking stuff. What does Spike do? Spike beats... I think you use Spike to beat Sweep. Yeah, you use Spike to beat Sweep. Yeah. Because Spike doesn't beat... Dive beats Spike. It doesn't really beat Spike. Okay, yeah. Now we go sort of like back in reverse order of the thing. It's not the most elegant system in the world, but it'll work. We have focus. If you think your opponent's going to throw a really freaking fast attack at you, you can play focus, which is range 1 or 2, power 4, speed 1. So, really slow, but has 2 armor and 5 guard. Right? So you play the 1 speed knowing you're going to get outsped, you're going to get hit, but it has a bunch of armor and a bunch of guards so you can still use the attack, and you get the draw card. It just replaces itself, and you kind of punish your opponent for grasping you because they hit you for 3, and you could hit them for 4. And they also can't throw you out of focus range because it's range 1 or 2, and this only push pulls 1 or 2. I think that's how that works. Or can they push you? Could they push you 2, and that pushes you out of focus range? And the focus doesn't work. I might be wrong about that. If they grasp, this goes first. They see you have focus. They can push you 1, 2, and then you're out of range for focus because you're 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. And then this will just hit, and that'll always deal them 1 because this has 2 armor. So wait, no, focus does not beat grasp. That's not true. Focus, I think, just beats sweep. Going to the other side. Because Spike is to beat sweep. Yeah, sweep is like the super counter. This card's freaking crazy. So I think Spike and Focus are the 2 sweep answers, is what it is. So let's do this instead. Let's do it here. So if you think your opponent's gonna throw a really freaking fast attack, like Grasp, the best thing you can play is a card like Sweep, where you play. Sweep has range 1 to 3, 6 power. I think that's the highest power we've seen. It is. This is the highest base power, but only 2 speed. So it slows balls, but it has 6 guard. And then on hit, your opponent has to discard a random card. This card's freaking crazy. So if you think your opponent's going to throw a really fast attack at you, you get the big counter, which is Sweep. So if they play Grasp, you play Sweep. Grasp is 7 speed. All right, it's going to hit me. They hit me for 3, and they can push or pull me 1 to 2. It doesn't matter what they do, even if they push you 3 away. Right, now you're 3. Sweep has a range of 1 to 3. And it has a guard of 6. And then since this is the biggest attack in the game, we know nothing's hitting over 6 on its base. So this is always going to not get stunned. You're going to hit them for freaking 6. Double the damage they hit you. And you rip a card out of their hand. So Sweep is sort of the ultimate like punish to people trying to get really freaking fast. Make it last forever. Not for the reason. Much reason. Mostly because each move has multiple answers. Yeah. I'm just trying to talk about the thing that I think is really, really cool off these base attacks is how they all play with each other and they're all answers to each other, and the entire game is sort of based around it. Kind of piggyback off my point of like I like games that have like a built-in, sort of you could say like it's one tier above a resource system. So like some games have a resource system like lands and energy that start in the deck, right? But there are other games that have similar systems, like Vanguard with triggers, and how triggers also start in the deck. And I like how some games have cards that start in the deck. That makes drafting really easy because you don't have to draft a full deck. You only have to draft a portion of the deck because the rest of the deck is going to get added in later after the draft. Exceed does that with the basic attacks, but it does it in a really cool, flavorful way where the basic attacks, they aren't just like random poopy attacks that go in your deck that are there to balance out the good attacks in your deck. The entire game is like based off of the core of these basic attacks, and every special is like a variant sort of on these basics. I'm not trying to get like super into micro complexities. I just want to like explain to the Vanguard players in the audience how everything kind of interacts with each other. So I can talk about like the coolness of the rest of the game, if that makes sense. I don't know, it's kind of hard to describe. So we've seen like we started a dive and we're like, all right, how do we beat dive? You throw cross at them. So you run at them and punch them in the gut before they kick you in the face. All right, how do we beat assault? We think someone's going to run at us. You can play cross and run away and be like, you can't run at me now. You're out of range. You're stunned and you're out of range and I've gotten away safely, right? If you think someone's going to run away if you think they're going to run away from you, you play grasp, you yoink them. You go, nope, you're staying right here. You punch them for 3, and then you can be like, all right, now you can run away, or you can just throw them behind you or something, or you can keep them in whatever range you want them in. All right, your opponent's throwing some really freaking fast attacks. How do we beat grasp? We play sweep, the super punish counter. If your opponent's playing a fast attack, you blow them up. And now we're kind of stuck, right? Because this card feels like the super card. How do you beat sweep? It has 6 freaking guard. If your opponent plays a move, just play sweep, man. We have stuff like spike. Spike's great. This is sort of like the sweep counter because it says ignore armor and ignore guard. So you go, frick you, sweep. I'm 1 speed. It's 3 speed faster. You punch them for 5, and their sweep doesn't freaking work because you've ignored the guard. I think that's how it works. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe spike is the ultimate punish to sweep. So you think they're just going to try to spam sweeps and they're going to try to get away with that because sweep is so strong, you spike them. You spike them right down. Yeah, right? Spike is... Yeah. So this is the anti-armor move. If they play a move with guard or armor, you just go bat. Okay, cool. So then it would... Yes, it would stun the sweep. The sweep doesn't actually go off. So this is how you answer sweep. And then, yeah, focus. That's like the other defense card. Cause them to stun so they get screwed. Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah. I wanted to double check that. I'm like, they get stunned, right? That's what the point is. They ignore guard and you stun them. And then focus is the weird one, which will... focus can also punish sweep, I think, because you go sweep, it's 1 speed lower, and sweep tries to hit you for 6. You armor it down to 4, so you'll eat 4, and then focus will guard enough so that you'll deal 4 back, and then you discard a card, but you'll draw a card. So this is sort of like the equalizer, the sweep equalizer, sort of. It's not as good of an answer as spike, but it equalizes it. So if your opponent is trying to get throw some big moves at you, your other defensive option is focus, which, you know, does some good blocking. It's got 2 armor and 5 guard. You shouldn't get stunned by like anything in the game outside of like people going crazy with boosts and stuff. And then it replaces itself, which is like kind of neat. It's mostly a cycler in many cases. Okay, never mind. Focus is the... Am I correct in like this is kind of like the weird one of the cycle? Like these all play pretty specific roles. And then this is like sort of the odd man out, where it's like doesn't have like a super like specific role you're trying to fill with it. It's more of just like the other defensive like option you can play. It's like it's the other card that has armor. I think. I could be wrong. But yeah, spike is the anti-grappler move. If they're trying to grab you, you just spike them in the head. And then from what I've heard, all of the special moves are sort of like based and like built off of this like core base identity. Let me remove the supers. Ugh. There we go. And then all the characters have special moves. I'll throw the copies to the side. I think it's just 4? No, 5. Yeah. Yeah. 5 special moves, 2 copies of each. And then these are where the game gets like wacky. Best sweep answer is prepare action to draw 2, not striking to not risk it. Oh, okay. Well, oh, I see what you're saying. The best sweep answer is to just not try to fight them. That makes sense. I'm not going to talk about the special moves too much because this is where the game starts to get weird and wacky. And this is where my knowledge base goes down to 0. And there's not too much like interesting things I can say about special moves. There are other people that can say many more interesting things about them than I can. I just more want to establish like how these fundamentally dictate the game of Exceed. They're not just like boring basic cards that you slap in the deck to like balance out the super special cool cards. The game is like fundamentally built around the core identity of every deck having these 8 cards in their arsenal. And then the special moves are like what make your character unique. Yeah, specials are basically base moves, but they play into characters' gimmicks. Yeah. So, and then these are the moves that make your character kind of who they are. And then the moves with the number in the top, these are your supers. You have two kinds. You have like a cheap super and an expensive super. You spend your super meter to hit them with the super, and it does super things. Pretty self-explanatory. But I would like to see a game do stuff more with like these kinds of base cards where it's not just like random boring cards you slap in a deck to fill space. It is like the backbone the deck is built around, and then everything you add to the deck is like a customization on top of that. I think that's super, super cool. They define character identities and the character card gimmicks like Yu-Gi-Oh's archetypes. Yeah, that makes sense. So my biggest thing, I'm so glad there's an Exceed player in chat. You can help me out with this, because the main thing I want to explore with this stream was the thing I've been exploring in my head for a long time and couldn't get any really clear and concise feedback on, but now that I'm actually live in a video, this will be much easier, is not like, how do I phrase it? Not like, why isn't Exceed a TCG? Because I think that the answers for that are pretty clear, but more so like, what would it take to turn Exceed into a TCG? Those are where I get a little bit fuzzy, because I don't have quite enough game knowledge to understand what would and wouldn't be problematic when you can customize things. Probably base cards creates land issues in Magic, or some special triggers in Vanguard. Yeah, does it? Base cards create land. Yeah, so I was like, I don't like, we want to avoid like, actually I have Magic right here. We want to avoid like lands in Magic where you get into really bad top deck moments, right? Where you go like, oh no, you're like, all right, I'm losing. I need one card to save me, and you go, oh, land. Pfft, I can't play the game. I guess you win. Look at duels. Oh, and like trying to make like better versions of the base cards. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Right. There's a problem with like having like fundamental like base cards that start in your deck. You will eventually creep yourself to a point where you make like fancier versions of them. And then at least with like the Magic thing, do I have multicolor? I don't think I do. I think I kept this deck pretty budget. I don't have any actual like dual lands in this. Magic hit the early problem of like they actually capped the land power level instantly by making a land that just taps for 2 colors for free. And every subsequent copy of that had to be like worse in some sort of way. Like in Magic, all of the non-dual lands either entering tapped or entering in with some sort of like stipulation, I guess. But I think these solve that problem. Personally, I think these solve that problem. I could be wrong. But yeah. To be fair, I don't that much to trigger because they're certain double functions, both defense and the normal job of trigger checks. No, I like base concept triggers. I do like that. I like that a lot, right? Triggers aren't just like random sludge you throw in your deck right? These are actually your main form of defense. Triggers matter a lot because they are the main source of defense in your deck. They're the best form of shield. So they are and you need to flip them and check them. So they become very relevant in gameplay, not only just to check, but also to draw, to make sure you have defense in your hand. So I really like, I like that a lot. So like that's a pretty like close example of how to do like the set of base cards that start in your deck but serve a bit of a higher function than that just being resource cards you just find to be able to play the game. And if you find too many, you're just super bricked. Granted, if you find too many triggers, you can still get bricked, but they at least like serve a function in being your almost sole source of defense. When initially customizing and balancing, because Exceed is appropriate executed balancing time for the design team, right? So that was the biggest thing with Exceed. And I said this earlier, this will come back now, when I was saying that the characters' decks are pre-built, and that's important. Because the character decks are pre-built, and every character has the same set of 8 basic attacks, it means that characters are allowed to do really broken things. They're allowed to print extremely broken special move cards because those cards are locked to this character. They can only ever exist in this character, which means you're not able to give that character very specific weaknesses to help balance around how broken some of their options are. And it's really, really important for balancing, and it's kind of what makes the game tick. So that was my biggest thing of like, what is the line of getting rid of that? Because obviously, my first thought was like, all right, what if you made people play whatever they want? Well, I just should play as many sweeps as I can, some spikes, and like a dive or two. And every deck would just probably like be this. Because like this is the best answer to everything. This is the thing that beats it. And I don't know, this is really good to play on turn 1. So that's kind of the issue. First thing to Exceed would be Flesh and Blood to be fair because there's something. Okay, so this is what I was also saying at the beginning of the stream. At the beginning of this like segment, you somehow joined at the perfect moment. I really like fighting games, but I'm really bad at them. I never really gave one a full shot. I really like fighting games conceptually. And I really like, how did I get there? I forget how I got there. There are 2 games that are the closest things to being like fighting games as TCGs. They are Universes and Flesh and Blood, and they both have their strengths and weaknesses. Universes is a fighting game TCG, sort of just in name only. It just uses a lot of TCG nomenclature. Or a lot of fighting game nomenclature. Like it has the burst meter, and your attacks have the zones, and it's high, mids, and lows, and you got a block zone to zone, right? And it just like is themed as a fighting game. Whereas Flesh and Blood feels a lot more like a fighting game sort of actualized as a TCG, right? Flesh and Blood more captures like the feeling of playing a fighting game, more so than Universes does. Universes has like the keywords that sound like fighting games, whereas Flesh and Blood actually like feels like a fighting game. My only thing with Flesh and Blood, I love it, I just don't like the art. I love Flesh and Blood. I think the game is phenomenal. It's almost perfect. I just really don't like the art. So, but later on, I stumbled upon Exceed. Hold on, sorry, the comments. Like fighting games, I want to try to. So that was the thing. I went into the spiel earlier. I used to do. For those that don't know, if you dive way back into the lore of the Bacon Saver YouTube channel, one of the first things I did was I made Universes content. I made Universes content for a while. But there were 3 things that made me stop playing Universes. The first one was they rebranded the game and they changed the card frame. And I have a whole video going on about how much I do not like the new card frame. I was not a fan of it. I'm still not a fan of it. I don't like it at all. So that kind of sucked. 2, they introduced an entire year's worth of IPs that I did not like. When the game first got its like big new like sort of reboot, it was just the My Hero card game. And I'm not the biggest My Hero fan, but I liked it enough that like I could vibe with it. And I liked the gameplay of Universes a lot, so I was okay with it. But if you've seen my IP video, you know that it's really hard to play an IP-based game when you don't like the IP. And Universes introduced a whole year of IPs I didn't care about, and then it just kind of kept getting worse and worse and worse. And I had thought about getting. I saw the Tekken 8 decks. Actually, how do I want to go into that? I'll come back to that. They introduced a bunch of IPs I really don't like. The third thing that killed it was I learned how to play Flesh and Blood. And in my opinion, Flesh and Blood is just universes, but better in almost every single way. The way Flesh and Blood's mechanics work, I think, are a vast improvement on universes' mechanics. In very specific ways. So it's going to be really hard for me to justify playing universes over Flesh and Blood. What's the one thing I don't like about Flesh and Blood? The art just doesn't really do it for me. Okay, so the art is a category that can beat Flesh and Blood. Let's look at universes. Nothing but IPs I don't like. I think the only thing that would get me to play universes, again, is two things. Either one, they would need to drop an IP that I just love so much I can't say no. The problem with that is universes is not like Weiss or Union Arena, where every IP is self-contained to a deck. Universes is just a bunch of IPs and you can play them all together, which for me feels like a bunch of like cognitive dissonant sludge. So it's like I'm playing. It's a fighting game. You play as a character, and I'm like, I'm playing as Deku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm going to attack you with Michelangelo's nunchucks, Godzilla's heat breath, and Levi Ackerman's Beyblade spin attack. It's just not really for me. Just like the whole, it's a little too much like IP sludge together. It's almost like Magic Standard right now, where it's like you look at a board state and it's Captain America and Michelangelo and Cloud Strife, and you're like, why are all these things together in one place? So either they would somehow need to release an IP that I love and is also self-contained to itself somehow, and maybe I would try it, or go back to how it used to be. Sort of like, yeah, what you're saying, Universe is really janky. It's not super ideal, but make it just fighting game properties. If it was just fighting game properties, then maybe I'd consider playing it. And I did consider getting back into it, like with what you said, with the Tekken 8 deck. The Tekken 8 decks look really, really cool. And I was thinking about it, and I would see it on my shelf at locals. I'm like, maybe one day I'll ask people, hey, do you want to play Universes? Maybe. But then one day I'd walk into locals and I'd see this freaking Star Trek The Lower Decks. And it's like, all right. At first it was the My Hero card game, and My Hero has a fighting game. So that fit the vibe. My Hero fighting game makes a lot of sense. That works. Then we started getting some other stuff. We got like Godzilla. I think a Godzilla fighting game could exist. That would make sense. I don't know if it really fits with the other fighting games, but that could be a fighting game on its own. Okay. And then we get like the Attack on Titan manga, and it's like, okay, sort of, I can maybe see an Attack on Titan fighting game, I guess. And then we get stuff like Critical Role and Star Trek The Lower Decks. And I'm like, all right, you've lost me. You've lost me. It's just IP slop at this point. We're no longer the fighting game card game. We're just IP game. Start really like Izuku Midoriya and Spike Spiegel and Kazuma, like that's cool to fight each other. Do they really all gotta go into the same arena with like these guys? Like, where was the image I had up earlier? Like, do I really need to see All Might fight Brad Boilmer? Like, are we being for real? It just lost me. I couldn't do it. So Universes might be a lost cause on me, unfortunately. They originally did in Universe's fighting system, and they did self-contained. Yeah, so I liked the old Universes stuff back when it was like Street Fighter, Mega Man, like Darksiders. I think they had a Soul Calibur set. I'm like, that was super sick. It was the fighting game TCG. But now it's kind of back to just IP sludge, and I'm not really a fan of that. Does Bakugan count as a TCG fighting game? No. No. Maybe Gen 3 yourself, pretty much. But yeah, no. The Bakugan is all about, you gotta brawl with your Bakugan. Bakugan's way closer to like Beyblade, of like, you are a person using these like tools to fight with. It's definitely more like Beyblade Pokemon. You are like the big thing with Bakugan was partnering with your Bakugan and your monster and having the buddy. Like it is very much a you plus your buddy fighting your opponent plus their buddy. Bakugan is very much not a fighting game, which I also really like fighting game card games because they are the only game I think that actually justifies having a leader. We see nowadays with every single card game, there's always a leader, and it never makes any sense as to why any of these games have a leader. The only games that do are these like fighting game card games where you're actually playing as the character and your deck is your character's attacks and special moves. Then it makes sense. But like Riftbound leaders, One Piece leader, they don't make any sense whatsoever, like thematic wise. It's really annoying. I don't like it at all. But yeah, Bakugan positional attacking it, yeah, definitely. Usually one-on-one each turn. Bakugan is more in the category of chaotic, if anything. It's definitely more in the category of chaotic. You have a team of guys, in like Pokemon, you have a team of dudes, and that team fights your opponent's team in like a series of one-on-one fights. But it's like that's a monster. It's like a monster battler. I would more categorize it as. Where a fighting game is like two characters duking it out until one of them dies, right? And like that's the whole game. Instead of like you managing a team of 6 characters that will do a series of individual one-on-one fights. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of use almost literally a fighting game. Kind of. I don't know. I think chaotic is a fighting game in the sense that it is like a game where you fight, and that's kind of where it starts and ends. But it's much more of like an army battler. But that I think it's a lot more like Bakugan. There even was a 1v1 format made. Well, yeah, that's just because of how the game works. It scales in the triangle. Like the entire game is a series of 1v1s. You can just play a mode where it's just a 1v1. But most people don't do that because it's really boring and reduces the game to just you take a card, you just put a card down. Like there might be a way where you can like configure the game to be more like a fighting game. I think that's like plausible. But I think in totality, it's definitely more of like an army builder where you like ship it into each other. Yeah, it's like Warhammer in TCG form. Like you construct an army of creatures. It's just that those creatures fight in a series of one-on-one battles instead of being like full army into full army. But the reason that I like Exceed so much, that's not the table. The reason that I like Exceed so much is that it feels like the closest approximation of a fighting game in TCG form. It gets the closest you're going to get. It was designed to feel identical to playing it was designed to feel as identical to playing a fighting game as you can get. Vagina call. Yeah. Yeah, you could do 120 over 120 because it's you're just however big you can scale a pyramid. Right? It's like stacking plastic cups, right? You just add a row to the side to make it higher. It's infinitely like scalable because it's just a pyramid. It's like the main mode is 6v6, but then you can do like 3v3, 1v1, 10v10, 15v15, 21 versus 20. Like you just kind of scale it like that. 21 versus 21, 28, 36 versus 36, 45 versus 45, and you just keep going. And yeah, you can do crazy stuff like 128 versus 128, which would take like 9 years. But yeah, definitely more of an army builder. But I really like Exceed because it feels like maybe you can almost say maybe to its detriment. I don't think so, but it really is like we really like fighting games. We want to replicate that exact experience as a TCG. Not like universes where it's like we just use the same terms, and not like Flesh and Blood where it's like you get a similar vibe to a fighting game. Like this straight up is a fighting game as a card game. I think that's really cool. And I would love to see a TCG like it. The roadblock I hit is I have not played it enough to understand it well enough to know how that conversion would need to function. Like I would love to maintain the core basic attacks. Because like I said, if I was ever going to make a game, one of the things I would really try to include is something that functions sort of like in the way that Vanguard triggers do, where you have a set of basic cards that always go into a deck. but there's like a lot of ways you could make that more interesting than just like lands, and making it not like you can make it not a resource. Like a Vanguard is the perfect example with triggers. So like kind of trying to figure that out. See it alongside with Way of the Fighter feels real close to the heart in that regard. Is weirder dice-based cousin of Exceed. Interesting. I mean, I would definitely try to avoid dice because that's just board game territory. But from what you described, I think it sounds pretty good to solid, exception of how little cards you get to play, so just one card per turn. Yeah. And then Exceed has a bunch of stuff you can do on your turn. You don't have to attack. So it's what, you start with like 5 card hands. I think you start with a 5 card hand. And then what you can do on your turn is you can like prepare, which is you just draw 2 cards and end your turn. So you can just draw 2, end your turn. You activate one of the boost effects on the bottom of the card and do the thing and your turn ends. And then you can spend force to just walk and move. And force, you would just discard a card out of your hand or discard a card from like your super meter, and you can move for free. And then if you even, what am I saying? If you don't play an attack on your turn, you draw a card for free at the end of your turn. So if you always attack your opponent, you will just continuously minus yourself. The only way to replenish your hand is by doing non-attack actions, like either preparing to draw extra cards, spending cards from your hand to just walk, or playing the bottom boost parts of the card. Multiple cards per turn. Yeah, if you just have a bunch of advantage keyword, which is normally like you'd play an attack. If it's your turn, you go, I want to fight you. You'd strike. You'd fight. You flip the cards, blah, 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 blah. You go to your opponent's turn. The advantage keyword says no matter what happens, you get the next turn. So if you just keep playing the advantage keyword over and over again and like you like land hits with stuff like assault, you can technically just like keep taking turns forever, but because the only way to kill your opponent is to strike them, and every time you strike, they get to also strike, you can't like totally lock your opponent out of playing the game. All you can do is like force them to make a move with the current hand that they have. You can make sure they like, can't like set up, which I'm sure in Exceed is probably devastating. Again, I haven't played enough to know to the extent of how devastating that is, but I do like that you can't just like at base value just like completely lock your opponent out of the game. But maybe that is how it ends up working. I don't know. Okay, I figured. So yeah, the biggest hiccup for me at the moment, like you obviously, so you can't 1-to-1 translate Exceed to a TCG, because since every special move is built off of the skeleton of the basic moves, if you are allowed to you have to restrict people to, again, like every deck has 2 copies of every basic move, because if you could just choose whatever basic moves you want, you would just play all sweeps, some spikes, and then maybe some dives and blocks. But this is all you would do, since this is like the best card to answer everything. And then these are more like situational pieces. But like I think like obviously the game would devolve very quick. So yeah, that's a really good question that I'm not super familiar with. Would you need would you need a resource system? And why? I am very curious about that. Why would you need a mana system like Flesh and Blood? Because obviously at that point, then it's like, how many steps away are we from just reinventing Flesh and Blood? That's something I would also want to be careful of. But I do wonder, like, specific why that would become an issue, if because like you can build your decks. How would you need to, or what's the word I'm looking for? Slow down the pace of the game and rebalance the cards. Yeah. So this is the biggest thing, right? Too, that's like kind of hard to kind of comprehend, is like I wouldn't want to. How should I put this? I wouldn't want to 1-to-1 translate Exceed into a TCG for obvious reasons. Like I wouldn't want it to be Exceed, but you can build your deck, right? Because that has obvious problems. The big thing is identifying what those problems are, to then be able to reverse engineer systems that not just to be like, I'm going to make the system so it's not a problem anymore, but finding ways to like elegantly solve that conundrum, basically. Sleep increases in cost, allows to be stable, but also costs more than special special moves, answers on the pocket to move forward. Okay. Staple, but also costs more than special. Okay. We don't have to use Magic's mana systems. There's always body fight, chronic clash, and there's always going to be resource systems. Yeah. Yeah, adding a resource system is a really easy way to balance a card because you just go, stronger card is more resource. Weak card, less resource. I think that's fine. Has big stat bloat? Okay. So that's something, right? I'm not going to be able to identify from the outside. So that's super helpful. Big stat bloat. Let me think. Where would I want to go with this? Because I have like 9 different ideas in my head that I want to talk about. People like simpler games. Look at Altered. That game died last month. But granted, that wasn't because the game was bad. That was because they did a little overpromise, underdeliver. Yeah. They failed because game was stupidly complex and gimmicky. They failed because they couldn't follow up on the product that they had promised to produce, right? But I don't know if I'd say Altered died because it was complex. Also, the thing, too, is, like, games don't die because they're complex. People still play Yu-Gi-Oh! Granted, no one can get into Yu-Gi-Oh! Nowadays. But people can still play Yu-Gi-Oh! Gimmicky, yeah. There's a lot of reasons Altered died. People hated the unique cards. The whole online system didn't freaking work. They quickly ran out of money and had to start kickstarting every set in the game. It was just a disaster on, like, 9 different levels. It was really bad. But yeah, it was a bit of Akko Taco. But I don't think complexity inherently would stop people from playing games, because people do still play Yu-Gi-Oh! Granted, it's really hard to get into the game. That's for sure. But I don't think you need to make the game the simplest in the world. But that's where I would like to avoid using mana, if you don't have to. Right? I would like to keep it simple, where it's like most of the resource economy is just the cards themselves. But I would agree, too. I think overly complex things are a pain. Things that are, like, convoluted, I think is more the word I would like to use. Convoluted rules are really annoying. Or things just don't work in, like, a very simple... I think things should just work in a very simple, intuitive way. Chaotic is not complicated at all. That's the thing with Chaotic. Chaotic... This is kind of why I made the Chaotic video the way that I did. Chaotic looks complicated. It's not. It's one of the simplest games on the planet. All Chaotic is, when you boil, once you know what every card, like what like the card types do, here's Chaotic gameplay. You have 2 attacks in your hand. You go, I'm going to go this creature fight this creature. You draw attack card, you play attack card. You deal some damage. Your opponent, draw attack card, play attack card. I draw attack card, I play attack card, deal damage. And we just do this over and over again until one of the creatures dies. Let's say yours dies. Cool. It goes to your turn. And then you pick one of your creatures, you fight me, and we just do it over again. And all you're doing is going card, attack card, card, attack card. And that's the whole game. That's literally the entire game. It only appears complicated, and that's totally understandable. Every card type technically has its own deck, right? It looks like a lot, but actual, like, playing the game wise, very simple. Then we go back to Flesh and Blood system with chains and chain links. I mean, sure, that's not that complicated. You're just playing multiple cards in a turn. Like, that's just like any game with instant speed interaction where you're stacking cards on top of each other. Look, people actually enjoy complexity. Others people, yeah, I think people do like complexity. People like to engage with complexity. It's sort of like convoluted things that are like frustratingly complex that people don't like. Or there's also a bunch of people that like pretend they like complexity, but then when they encounter something that's actually difficult and complex, they don't immediately understand. They'll get frustrated and walk away. There's a lot of nuance to that. Let's keep up with the originality of mechanic. Less sets are good in terms of effects. More in terms of to keep with the originality of mechanics. Less stats are good, in my opinion, and more in terms of... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Yeah, you don't want to be, like, dunking on people stat-wise. Yeah, I don't know. So, like, I think that would be... Where do I want? I guess I would want to start at the place where I started a couple years ago when I thought about Exceed. If like the main, correct me if I'm wrong. Right, stop me if I'm incorrect. But if you were to make, let's say like you were to just Exceed becomes TCG, right? The main problem that would needed to be solved is just the Queen's problem. And it's people just stacking their deck with the most broken cards, right? I'm just gonna play all these sweeps, right? And now I have every character's toolkit. Oh man, this guy has a special sweep. I'll just play that, and you just play a bunch of the most broken sweeps, right? So the main problem you need to solve is stopping people from doing that. I think there are two solutions. Either there's like two routes. Either you limit the amount or ways in which people can play the broken sweep card, or you attempt to delete the sweep card entirely and just make the base cards as perfectly balanced as you can. Those are kind of the two routes you can go. Yeah, best way is resource system. Okay, cool. So if our goal is limit the amount of sweeps you can play, there are a couple ways we can do that without a resource system. Which is kind of cute. So let's see, which way should we start with? One of the ways we could do it is with a point system, sort of similar to Chaotix's build points, points in Canadian Highlander, and sort of, I guess, Genesis points. So instead of making cards cost more mana, you can make a resource that is exclusive to deck building. And if you don't want to print a number on the card, you can tie it to rarity. I sort of did this as an experiment with Edison. Perhaps you do the Yu-Gi-Oh solution. After you use the card, you cannot use another card next turn. No, that's not the move. That doesn't solve our problem. Another card text, because the problem is the reason sweep is good is because of the way it is statted. And there are a lot of cards in the game that are statted similarly to sweep, and like that's what makes them strong. So there's no way you'd be able to print, like, until your next turn, you cannot play a card that is range 1 to 3 with 6 power, low speed, and a lot of guard. Like, you can't really do that. That wouldn't quite be the solution. That's fair and really like your chaotic explanation video, but I struggle to explain in simple ways so other people haven't heard of it. You did a good job making easy to understand. Yeah, if you're trying to explain it to people that haven't heard of it, basically you just tell them, like, you build an army of creatures, and then you build an army of creatures, you can equip them with gear, and then we each have an attack deck, and we fight in a series of one-on-one battles. Like, my creature, I pick one of your creatures to have my creature fight, and we fight to the death. And we draw attacks from our attack deck, and we play those attacks, and we fight until a monster dies, right? And then once that monster dies, the turn is over. It goes to your turn. You pick one of my monsters to fight, and we keep fighting until the last player standing. That's probably like the simplest way to talk about it. But all you're doing is fighting with monsters and just playing attacks out of your attack deck, right? Don't even have to mention Mujic cards. Battle gear, not important. Locations, not important. All you're doing is just playing attack cards, fighting your monsters against each other. But yeah, I'm making fighting game teacher cards. Two things. One is character and tracking victory conditions. The second is a way for the victory condition. Let's roll back to the creatures in Exceed mode first. Oh, start with the buddies, with the guys. Sure, I'm super down to start with buddies and guys. I mean, the simplest thing is just dude with life points, right? Flesh and blood universes. I think that's fine. Anyone that complains about they can't track their life points with the pen and paper, I think is a clown. I don't think you need to do any other fancy resource systems. There's maybe some stuff you could do. You can maybe do a dual master shield system, but I think like the cleanest thing is just life points, especially to mimic like the health bar of a fighting game. I think that's as clean as you can get. Need to think about their health and capability since they will be chase cards somewhat. So that's where I disagree. I do not think that these should be the chase cards. I think these should we should do the flesh and blood thing. These should be tokens. These should be as wildly available as possible. You can make chase cards, like with how Bandai likes to do alt art leaders. I think you can make chase versions, like foil versions, alt art versions, like fancier versions. But the base rarity, I think, should be a token. and these should be as accessible as humanly possible. IMO. I've never heard anyone in my life say I can't check life plans, can I have a pen and paper. No one has said that, but I've gotten many a comment that is like, which is a little more fair. People don't like chaotic because the stats are hard to track, and it's like, I guess, but like, dude, you can write numbers on a piece of paper and then plus and minus them. I get that it looks like a lot because it's 4 stacks on a grid. It's not that complicated. But I've gotten many a comment that are like, man, but tracking my stats seems like such a pain. And it's like, dude, if you just get one of those digital erase things where it's like a touch screen that you can write on, and you just click a button and it erases itself, get one of those. It's the nicest thing ever. Even if you don't play chaotic, get it for Magic. It's super nice. Wanted to do the Bandai way. I think the Bandai way is great. I think they could make, no, I think they do it right. What's their leader slot? I haven't played a Bandai game in a long time. But basically similar to One Piece leaders, where like either the leaders occupy a token slot or some kind of like low rare, maybe like an uncommon slot, or maybe even a rare slot if you're doing booster packs with multiple rares. But honestly, I'd put them in a token slot and then have alt arts as like the chase versions. But I would want to make the leaders as acceptable as possible. OP is literally, I mean, yeah, it's Bandai.game. Literally, One Piece is the Bandai game. Don't they have a dedicated leader slot? I think it takes up a, is it an uncommon slot? I don't play it. I despise One Piece, so I don't play it. But I think the leader slot is like what? It's in place of an uncommon slot? Or maybe it's in place of a rare slot. They have a dedicated, like, sort of a leader slot, but it's not like one leader in every pack. I don't think it's not a Star Wars Unlimited, one leader in every pack kind of slot. I think it just like takes the place of either an uncommon or a rare. Might be a rare. I have no clue to move the war games. Okay, cool. Okay, sure. But no, yeah. If we're talking about like rarity of character cards, I would want them to be tokens. Current TCG Link sucks. I think that's valid. I think that's totally valid. I just like TCGs because they offer very specific experience. They offer a very specific set of experiences that are not packaged anywhere else. Is what I would say. And that's why I still play TCGs and mostly just play TCGs. But that's just a me thing. But I think like the way Exceed characters are is fine. I think it's like you have a character, every character is the same health stat. I don't think maybe you could put varying health stats on them. I think there's not a problem with that. That's another knob to turn. That's probably fine. You can do a varying health. But every leader has a static effect. Maybe it's an action they take. Maybe it's a passive. And then I like they can flip to a big, strong version once you've built enough meter. I think that's cool. I think that's a concept that'd be really cool to keep. I like TCGs because I like moving and playing cards. I get just doing and playing Dark Worlds. I think that's fine, but like that's not a TCG specific thing. Like you can just play board games. You can play LCGs. You can get that from different things if you just want to like move. If you just want to like fiddle with cards, you can get that from other places. But I think TCGs are the best place to get that from. But I would not say that is exclusive to TCGs. But yeah, I feel they're my beloved genre. I need some refreshers. I live in Poland. Poland sucks. No, that makes sense. Yeah. That is tough. I was cooking with that some time ago, my TCG idea. The making Exceed a TCG. Let's do it. Let's cook it. I'd love to cook it. I think it'd be really fun. The biggest hang up is I haven't played it enough to be able to like, what's the word? Like confidently and like confidently make decisions about what should and shouldn't stick from the game and like what would be important and not. And there's like 8,000 different ways to do it, which is the other thing. Specifically meter changing leader. Okay. It went in more of a monster battler where leader is a general thingy. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's another big point, right? This is actually like, you're actually right that this is a good place to start because that would be something to consider for like if Exceed, like right in this made up Exceed TCG. This is important to consider. Would we want it to be specific leader hero cards like in Flesh and Blood where you're playing as a very specific character, right? Like this, would you be playing as Victor? Or would we want to make it more generic and make it more like you are constructing your own fighting game character, right? In which case you would need like a different token to represent yourself. And maybe, and again, this goes into how to solve the Queen's problem of like, how do we make sure people don't play 17 sweeps? You could do the Flesh and Blood thing where cards are divided, instead of doing colors, cards are divided into different classes, and maybe like elements. Something cool that would be cool to do is like the Universes thing, where there's just like a pool of 12 traits, and every leader card has 3 of those traits that you can deck build with. I think that version of deck building is really fun. We could try with leader hero cards, and then could force limit customization naturally, like in where you need to play specific card packages that's written on the card. I don't think I would do that. I don't think I'd want to have like, this is the Victor deck, and the Victor deck automatically has to play these cards, and the rest of it is whatever you want to do. I would like to just solve that problem with the basic attacks. I'd like to keep the basic attack as card packages, because a big thing, if I was ever to make a TCG, forget the resource card, forget the cards that start in the deck. The main thing I would focus on is making sure that draft and limited is as fun as possible. I would want to make limited as fun as possible. Card packages can be customizable. That's not an issue. What do you mean? If you're saying that like the leaders have like, you're required to play this card, and this card, you can't customize that. That's just written in ink on the card. You must include block, sweep, assault in your deck, unless that's not what you're saying. Right. But regardless of that, what I was saying is I would want to make card packages as limiters, so to speak, where you get 1 flavor of sweep per package. I think there are different ways to do that. I think that I like what you're talking about. I think there are different ways to do it that are a little more elegant, and I will talk about those in like 2 seconds. Yes, like Fab class. That's what I was saying. Is like you could break it down into classes like Fab. And either you could do it where it's, I think I had 2 ideas, where it's either you do it like Fab classes, where there's like a chart of classes and a chart of elements, and every hero is a element and a class. So you have like a fire warrior and like a water ninja, and the water ninja can play water cards and ninja cards, right? And the fire warrior can play fire cards and warrior cards. And then you can print and then you print different cards that's like, so there are like generic fire cards that are good, generic warrior cards that are good, and then some cards are fire warrior attacks that are specifically geared towards like fire warriors. So that's a way you could twist a bunch of different knobs and make a bunch of different sweeps. Or you could do the thing that Universes does, where Universes just has a chart of 12 traits, and every hero in the game has 2 to 3 of those traits. And then what you do is you pick one of the traits, and every card in your deck has to be of that trait. And then all the cards in the game also have like either 1 to 3 of those traits on them. So let me actually bust out my old Universes cards, because I don't like how the new ones look. Where are they? Are they in here? They're in one of these. I just gotta figure out which one. That's Star Wars. Wait, are they in one of these? I might have moved them. Ooh. Actually a good chance these are in. Let me check these 2 top ones, and then I'll see. Oh no, here we go. Okay. Hopefully there's a leader somewhere in here that I can yoink. Oh, there is. Okay. So here's Himiko Toga. This is an old Universes character, and Universes characters have health, and they also have different hand sizes, which is like kind of interesting. Too sleep deprived? No, that's valid. I totally get that. I don't know if packages is the word I would use. I think that's where the confusion is stemming. But every hero has like 3 of these icons. So Himiko Toga is death. I think evil and life is what it is. Is that, no, I think it's evil. Yeah. She's like death, evil, and life. It's 2:30. Jeez, dog. Go to bed or something. And then when you deck build, you pick one of them. And every card has to have that trait. So you can build, so like Himiko Toga has like 3 different builds. You can build Death Himiko, Evil Himiko, or Life Himiko. Let's say we pick Death. We want to build Death Himiko. Every card we play has to be of like the Death trait. Now granted, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull one out of here, but we'll see. And then every attack in the game also has 3 traits associated with it. So, for example, Himiko can play this Struggling with Studies because it has a Death icon, right? So Death Himiko can play this, right? Himiko can play Surviving of the Final if you're Death or Evil, right? Let me find a Life. And then Life, if you're Life Himiko, you can play Creeping Vine Eruption because this is Life. And the way a lot of these characters are balanced is like different builds get like access to different things, which is cool. This version uses the only one that was played here in Poland. That makes sense. This is when it like did its big comeback, was with the My Hero stuff. So Himiko is like, she can play this in 2 of her decks, but this is only playable in the Death version, and this is only playable in the Life version. I think these traits made deck building really interesting. I don't know how easy it is to balance them like that. But doing a trait system like this could be really cool. But maybe. Afterwards, distributors, I mean, yeah, that made sense. It took a while for it to, like, get going. It really didn't go anywhere until, like, set 4. Like, I didn't start playing until set 3, I think. It was a really slow... And, it like, the sets came out, like, 1 per year. It was a really slow release schedule and process, but... It'd be like that sometimes. So you could do a trait system like this, where like a lot of cards have a lot of like flexibility throughout themselves. The problem is like when you like get really in the weeds and start printing more things, you end up accidentally printing like 3 death sweeps, and you're like, oh wait. And then this like one character gets to take advantage of that. I feel like it's a cool system. You just gotta be really careful with it. But I like it a lot. I think it is neat. So like that would be an idea. Or you can just do like Flesh and Blood classes. I'm not sure which one is better. But I also really enjoyed the idea of a point system, where every card, either it has a point cost associated with it, either it's like in Chaotic, where that is printed in the top right of the card, where or the top left of the card, where the cost is normally be, or you could even associate it with like rarity, which I did an experiment with Yu-Gi-Oh! Edison. It actually worked out really nice, where like if you point the cards based on rarity, the decks actually end up looking identical, but they don't have to ban any cards. So you can make it so that every deck, let's just say like for the sake of like argument, every deck is 40 cards. And you have 40 points to work with. Commoner format, literally? Maybe, I don't know what that means. I know that's like Pauper. Or in Flesh and Blood, that's all commons. So, the way it works is that, like, say you have a 40-card deck, and your deck can have 40 points. And, yeah, Pauper. And the way you distribute points, let's say you do it based on rarity, right? And the way it would work is commons are 0 points. Uncommons are 1 point, rares are 2 points, and super rares are 3 points. What that would mean is you can have a deck that's just all uncommons. If your deck is 40 uncommons, that's your 40 points, and that's your deck. Your deck's 40 uncommons. But let's say you want to play a rare. A rare is 2 points, right? So if you put a rare in the deck, that puts you at 41 points. That's a little too many. So in order to compensate, you need to play a 0-point common card. Then you run into the scalping issues of better cards of high. That's just card game. That's how that's unavoidable. The only way to avoid that specific issue is make an LCG and print it so it's just you buy a box and has all the cards in it. Like that is an unavoidable problem. But you could even argue this. I'm actually going to get to this. You might argue this makes scalping a little bit better and not as prolific. So I'll keep going. So if you want to play a rare, that's 2 points. You need to sub out one of your uncommons for a common, right? Let's say you want to play a super rare. That's 3 points. That's 2 uncommons that you now need to convert into commons. And basically what it means, for every like power card you put into your deck, you need to play like an equally weaker card in your deck. And you can literally actualize this. I think I lost I had a drive. I ended up like clearing a lot of my drive space because I ran out of Google Drive space. So I lost the decks, unfortunately, that I had like charted out like this. Doesn't change the fact that I dislike it a lot. Okay. You end up getting, when you do the like system like that, you end up getting decks that look a lot like Edison decks. Where you will play a suite of power cards at the cost of some weaker stuff. Let me see if I can find like an Edison deck just to like sort of like theorize, just like show you what this would look like. Which granted it might not be perfect because again the format changes so much that like deck lists might look different. But if we grab like Diva Hero, might be a good example. So you would do stuff like, let's see, okay, did I also play Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like, how do I say it better than like, trust me, I know this works. Trust me, it would work. I swear to you, it would work. When you like, so like stuff like Mirror Force, Solemns, like these cards that are limited to 1, these would be like 3-point cards. And then a lot of the, like lower power engine requirements, these are like 0s. And when you do it like this, Edison decks end up looking identical to what they already are. Why is it necessary? It's to prevent people from just slamming their deck full of the most powerful cards in the game. Full of sweeps. To explain why it works, if it works, it works. Because I fight myself all the time, and some ideas are like neat in concept but like not practical, so it's important to show like how the idea functions practically, like in the, like it's cool to be like, what if all the cards had points, right? But like I don't know, I think it's maybe I think it's personally neat that when I did like just start associating cards with points, like making some Yu-Gi-Oh card 0, a lot of the 1-0s decks that are limited, that the decks people play 3, the decks ended up looking identical to what they already look like. So like it, to me, feels like a system that does have actual practical applications and would work in theory. So what you basically get to do is you get to print cards sort of like as powerful as you want, knowing that there is a ceiling to how many powerful cards a deck can play, right? Like as long as you don't start printing like busted commons, like commons that aren't garbage, that are still like useful enough but function like commons in Magic, where they do just kind of like fill out the strategy. There is a ceiling where you can if we banned every card we personally dislike versus the banned cards we've done like dislike, that's everyone's custom ban list. But what it means is, so there is this big problem. I have a whole video on it about universes where they kept doing this thing. Isn't the point system describe Genesis form rather than Edison? No, it doesn't, because the point system in Genesis is like a point system in Canadian Highlander, where it's specifically curated to like target certain power cards in specific ways that you make like more broken cards more points. So it ends up being like if a card is really broken, you make it like 67 points, and then a card that's like not as broken is like 5 points. Like it's perfect. It's personally curated. I'm saying if you built a game from the ground up where the points are distributed based on rarity. So commons are 0, uncommon is 1, rares are 2, and super rares are 3. If you do that, right, and then you ignore like, you know, like, because like we're trying to solve the Queen's problem. We're trying to make sure that someone doesn't just play a deck that's 40 super rares, right? We're trying to solve the Queen's problem. We're trying to make it so no one just plays a deck of 40 super rares. There's a bunch of ways to do that. Magic does it with colors, right? Where it's like the more colors you try to play, the weaker your mana base gets. And that's the balance you have to solve, right? If you generically apply points to cards, so if we did it to like Yu-Gi-Oh cards, what ends up happening is decks start to look like Edison decks. Like how Edison decks already look. If you point, and like that's just how the math works. Because if every super rare you play makes you play 2 additional commons, as long as you don't make the commons super like doo-doo butt, right, and they're like a reasonable enough power level, decks will naturally shake out to only have a certain amount of super rares, because you can only afford so many super rares, right? It would be, you can afford what, 13 super rare if you had a 40 card deck. If you wanted to play as many super rares as possible in your 40 card deck, you could play 13. I think not even. No, yeah. You could play 13 because I'll put you at 39 points. So every single deck has a built-in ceiling of only being able to contain 13 out of 40 high rarity super rare cards. And at that's even suboptimal because your entire deck is commons. You're going to want some rares and some uncommons, so you're going to need to take some points from your supers. Basically, what that means is you can print more powerful super rares and not have to worry about super rare sludge decks. Because decks have a built-in ceiling of how many they're allowed to play at all. So you do have to carefully consider what super rares you're playing. Also, I have an old video from Universes about how Universes had this problem where they kept printing generically strong super rares. I think the way that you should do rarity and power is cards, the rarer the card is, the stronger it should be. I agree with that. I think that the stronger cards should be, the rarer cards should be stronger. But I think they also should be more situational or more specific to certain decks. I don't think they should be generically applicable. I think generic power cards should be rares and like uncommons. Super rares should be strong, but only in specific like decks or strategies or situations. The zero cost would be what then, since it exceeds the idea everything's technically playable. So a 0 point card would be basically what you would do is, so the uncommons are 1 point. They are like your on rate normal cards. They are, what's a good example? I wish I had that old file. They are like, problem Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not rare card is better, but interaction between cards sometimes is busted, hence why Genesis wouldn't matter. The thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm saying is like Yu-Gi-Oh! Can't solve the Queen's problem because there's not enough colors. They have to do things like archetypes, right? And like locking you into certain things because there's nothing stopping you from playing the most powerful cards available. You need to limit that in some capacity. So the way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Does is by locking things into certain archetypes. Right? Whereas Magic has colors, right? You can't play, like 5-color slop decks are sort of hard to pull off unless you have the proper mana base to do it, and that mana base normally is supposed to be fairly uncommon to facilitate. But yeah, right, anything above, right, like archetype, like that's a good example, like archetype-specific boss monsters. Like, you can't just slam this in any deck. It only really functions in this given strategy. So a good example of 0 pointers, it's tough because it depends on the game, but they are cards that are either they're either below rate cards that you play in order to have points in other spots, or they are the like low level facilitators of certain strategies. And then like because you have played this 0 point card that only works in this deck, you are rewarded by being able to play the 3 point boss monster of said deck. A good example actually would be probably Infernal Prodigy, I think. This would be like a pretty good example of a 0 point card. This is a card that's like pretty fine. But where it's really strong is if you tribute someone a hero over it, you draw a card, right? So it is good in a specific context. This would be a 0 point card. You're not going to slam Infernal Prodigy into any deck. So like it being a 0 is pretty inconsequential, but in the deck that it wants to be in, you do get some value out of it, and you will get additional value out of it being a 0 pointer, freeing up points in other spots, right? Something like Stratos, well, granted, Stratos is generically powerful enough, he'd probably be like a 2. But if it was Stratos was a little more like specific to his archetype, he'd maybe be a 1 pointer. This is a good card that fits in your deck that is pretty on rate. Stuff like, it is a little hard with new Edison decks because they are so like power card focused. You could say like Rhoda would be in contention to be like a 0 point rarity, right? A card that just gets a warrior, is strong, but not super strong on its own. It needs to be played in conjunction with another card. So like this would be a pretty valuable 0 pointer to print. Diva's such a strong card. Maybe stuff like Diva You could maybe argue it'd be like a decent enough 0-pointer. She just grabs a Sea Serpent. And then like Gilman actually is a perfect 0-pointer because he's just some dumb fish that you grab off of D.Va, right? He's good because he's a level 3 Sea Serpent. That's what makes him strong. He'd be a good 0-pointer. He's just some freaking level 3 fish, but you still play him because he facilitates better cards. So like D.Va would be like maybe like D.Va's a 1-pointer, right? And the D.Va package allows you to play a Gilman that's a 0-pointer that frees up a space for 2 points later for something like Stratos. I would ignore the extra for this pure example. I would ignore the extra deck because that's like it's another thing you'd have to figure out how points interact with. Like maybe it would have like the extra would have its own points. That's too like external to really worry about, and it kind of muddies the whole like example. I wouldn't worry about the extra deck. Disregard the extra deck basically. Things that would be 3-pointers would be a good example of a 3-pointer is a card that is limited already. No, she's thinking of separate parts. Yeah, it would be stuff that's limited. So stuff like Judgment, Torrential. These are good 3-pointers because these are cards that you'd only because if they're 3 points, you kind of only really want to play one of them anyway. Like Torrential's great, but now this is where we kind of get into like Genesis philosophy that I really like. Is do you want to commit 9 points to triple Torrential? Sure, that's pretty good. But you'd probably be better off playing 1 Torrential as a power trap and saving 6 points for other things that more better facilitate your strategy, right? And things like Trap Hole, it can be these are 2-pointers. These are cards you're going to see as like 2-ofs, right? Bottomless can be a 2-pointer because it's 1 for 1. That could be like a good example of a 2-pointer is a card that just goes 1 for 1. A very good card, but it just 1 for 1. So that's a 2-pointer. This only 1 for 1's a spell trap. This could be 1. MST could be 1 point. Maybe 2 points. It is at 1 in this format. It could be like 2 points. But stuff like Mirror Force, Torrential, Solemn, these would be 3s. And you would probably rather just play one of each of these for coverage and spend your 9 points instead of spending all 9 on like 3 Solemns. Maybe some decks would want to do that. But it would probably shake out more like this. So we're talking about an idea for a card game where basically we're solving the Queen's problem in a different way. And it's a way I've wanted to do it in a long time, where you use points sort of like, just like the chaotic attack deck build points, but stuff we've seen now in like Genesis and, to a lesser extent, Genesis and like, Canadian Highlander. Let's go back from locals. Let's go! W locals! I didn't have locals yesterday because I had to work. I was very upset. But that's pretty high. Get them upgrades. Total fall rares and mythics. Yeah, right. Every deck is rares and mythics. And I ran most of this for useful stuff as it turns out. Yeah, right. No, for sure. I very much appreciate it. Especially like, any exceed like external knowledge I can get before I really get to like dive into the game is super helpful. But basically the idea is like a way to solve the Queen's problem, right? So Magic solves the Queen's problem with colors, right? You can't build a 5-color slot pile of all the best cards in the game because you don't have the mana base to facilitate it, right? Yu-Gi-Oh does it where it's like archetypes, things archetype lock you. You can't just play all the strongest monsters in the same deck because they all lock you into different things. Every card game does this, Fingerness Clans. It's just ways to make it so that people don't just take the best cards of your game and put them in one pile. An idea that I've had is basically just the chaotic attack deck build points, but things. Slot piles because dual lands exist. Yellow. Yeah, so you can. So they do exist in certain formats. They exist. They're not quite as problematic as I'm describing they would be without Magic's color pie, right? They sort of exist in a different way, but basically, like if you took away the colors from Magic, right? Decks would no longer have strengths and weaknesses. You would just play the best 60 cards in the pool. There wouldn't really be a reason to play different kinds of decks. You need a way, like, Designer Crutch. I don't think it does. Oh, the color pie is one of the greatest things ever invented. I wouldn't call that a Designer Crutch. I think that's one of the greatest tools of mankind. That's right behind the wheel and fire. I think the color pie is beautiful. Yeah, 3-year standard is also a disaster. But like we're familiar with the Queen's problem, right? We understand what we're trying to solve. I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with the Queen's problem. Because it's a crutch. Okay, that's good. That's good. It is a crutch. I think it's one of the most useful tools ever invented, and I like it a lot. But at the end of the day, all you're doing is trying to solve the Queen's problem. But so what if we did a system like the chaotic attack point, build point deck and attack deck, sort of like Genesis Highlander, where every card has a point value assigned to it based on its rarity. And then for argument's sake, say you have a 40 card deck and you get 40 points allocated to that deck. We own locals with Fire Kings. Let's go. Fire King best deck. FR, W locals. So you have 40 points to allocate to your 40 card deck. And the way it works is commons are 0 points, uncommons are 1 point, rares are 2, and super rares are 3. So you can build a deck that have all uncommons. That would be the most like basic thing you could build. But if you want to play a rare, it's 2 points. That's going to put you over your 40 point threshold. You're going to be at 41, which means to compensate, you need to turn one of your uncommons into a common for 0 points, right? And what this does is it makes it so you physically cannot build a deck that's all super rares. You have a hard limit of 13 super rares to put you at 39 points. So decks automatically, at capacity, could only contain 13 out of 40 super rares, which is already like a decent enough number for like constructed purposes. That's pretty good. But if you do that, the entire rest of your deck is 0 point commons, which aren't going to be like, not the worst things in the world, but they're not your power card. It's like if your deck was like 13 super rares and, it's like if you played 13 super rares and 27 Llanowar elves. Like, you're probably not going to win that many games with that. Maybe you get the odd one, but like, right, it's not going to be like super great. You need something to kind of like use the mana from the Llanowar elves on, right? You need some sort of like win condition. And 13 super rares is not going to be enough of a win condition. So decks kind of have this like baked in cap to them. So it makes it so that decks aren't just, so you can make a game that doesn't have like colors, that doesn't have like archetypes. You'd probably still include something, but it gives you a nice like launching point of keeping things archetypal and not having all super rare slot piles, while still being able to print powerful super rares. I don't know. It's an idea. It's a theory. A game theory. But when, if you take this theory and you apply it to Yu-Gi-Oh!, the decks tend to end up looking a lot like Edison decks. So it's like a theory that is already kind of like fundamentally sound. Stuff like Caius is a thing that like it would be like, that could be a rare that's 2 points. A powerful card that you like to see in decks, but people play at 3, right? Obviously, like the powerful one-ofs, like Gore's dad, those would be 3 points, and it's like you would just commit your. This also helps because of how Yu-Gi-Oh works. Like one-ofs are a little more acceptable, but your like 3 point super rares would go in, if they're generic, they would kind of go into like powerful one-ofs. Because Yu-Gi-Oh is solved mechanically in a very piss poor way. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, kinda. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh is just bad. It was like a bad ripoff of Magic that they had to iterate on 3 times before they could make it its own unique thing. So, like, it wasn't starting from the greatest thing, the greatest spot ever. But basically, like, what you could do in Exceed context, right? You could print, like, powerful sweeps at high rarities, and people can't just jam their deck of all sweeps because they don't have the points to do it. So like that's one way you could help internally balance the sweep, is you literally don't have enough resources to fill your deck full of sweeps. You have to play other cards. I don't know what the problem is I don't know what strong 0 pointers would be in the Exceed context. That's where I would get stuck. Of how do you make a card that is a very basic facilitator? Because Exceed decks don't really work like the creature battling games where you want to have like a curve out game plan. It's a fighting game, and all of your attacks are important in their own unique way. But you could just need more archetype block. I don't know why some haven't done some. They've been messing that up. Yeah, I love the Mitsurugi slot piles. Yippee! Yeah, I don't know what they've been doing with all of that. It's kind of a nonsense. Yeah, right. So like those cards just like don't exist. So I don't think so I don't know if the point system would really work. Maybe you could do it like chaotic build point wise, just not tie it to rarity and maybe you just print it on the card. I'd like to avoid using mana. I feel like that's such an easy thing that people do, and at that point, just play Flesh and Blood. I don't think mana is needed. I think we can get a more creative resource system than just mana. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. So the quick recap of the Exceed talk is, unfortunately, there isn't really a quick recap. TLDR, I love fighting games. Exceed require a deep redesign. That's why I moved straight to characters. Yeah, right. That was more of like the big question I was trying to ask at the beginning when I first like dropped in the Discord and was asking around, is like, how big of a mechanical redesign would the game require? I have an opinion on the Digimon T. We'll come back to Digimon. Put a pin in Digimon. I'll come back to that because I do have an opinion on that. I think basically the thing I would be looking for in Exceed. Let's talk about like the reason why I like the game. I think that would be like a better contextual device. The one thing I really like about it is the suite of basic attacks, and then every deck has the same basic attacks. That is a big appeal to me. I like that a lot. Kind of confusing Yu-Gi-Oh players simultaneously. Yu-Gi-Oh players don't know what they're talking about. Yu-Gi-Oh players are all over. They're all bipolar. It's a different game in my eyes, since specifics of Seed are basically okay. I'll crack it. I'll crack the code. I'll figure it out. How do I put this? I really like the way that Exceed emulates fighting games is really, really cool. I like the concept of you play on the grid. You both have to play an attack at the same time, so it's a lot of making reads and figuring out what your opponent is trying to do and trying to counter that with your own stuff. I like that a lot. So like that would need to be kept. Universe is a good idea, in my opinion. Speed based on priority order, great. Yeah, Universe is close, but it just uses the words of fighting games. It doesn't actually feel like one. I don't think I'd want to put in instants. I don't think we would want the game to have instants. I don't think it would need them. I think like the Exceed structure of like you take a turn is good because fighting games have the same concept. Like keeping the concept of turns as they are in fighting games as turns in the card game version, I think would be very important. So your turn is sort of like an action. And then maybe you can do stuff like Flesh and Blood where you have Go Again, where you have mechanics where like you can steal the turn back, or like you can combo, right? If you land a starter, you can combo out. Maybe you could have something like that as a way to play multiple cards in a turn. But I don't think a fighting game would work well with instants. Yeah. Parries, stuff like that would be good. So we also have Huckleberry works based on parries and slow speed and stuff. I think parries are good, but I like the yeah, I just don't think you would need instants to do that because of the fact that you both play the card at the same time. I think I would want to keep this because by playing the card at the same time, it forces you to like guess and make reads, which you can't really do in other games. You would need situations like this. Forgot about EX attacks. I'm just kind of ignoring them. That is like such. That is a sort of like a. It's I don't know if I call it like a super like core mechanic to the game. It feels like more of an attack. Like it's a special move with a cost, so it does more. I think. Oh wait, no. EX attacks are the where they get what +1 to every stat. Yeah. The EX is like you play 2 of the same copy to give it +1. That one is like a very like I don't play enough Exceed to have like the correct opinion on it, but that feels very you could take it or leave it. That one doesn't feel like integral to the identity of the game. I feel like EX attacks are very like you could keep it or get rid of it. It's more of like a personal decision of how you want the game to play out. But I don't think it's like integral to maintaining the core like identity of feeling like a fighting game, if that makes sense. But I don't think you would need instant speeds because I like playing up the cards at the same time because it forces you to make reads. So if you wanted to like parry your opponent, you'd have to call out the attack they're playing, play your parry card, and then make that correct guess. I think that's super fun. Like I love that idea. And I guess maybe that's what I would say is if I made a card game that's based around a fighting game, the core concept would be the game is about the same things a fighting game is about, where it's about figuring out what your opponent is trying to do and then making reads based on what you think they're going to do and then getting rewarded for those correct decisions, right? Like guessing 50-50 mix-ups, doing the correct option on wake up in fighting games, stuff like that, right? Making the correct decision. I think that would be like the core identity we're trying to like capture is what I would say. It's very entitled to make specific situations work in your case and is required since game is second and Street Fighter, for example, had it. Yeah. Oh, game is 2D EX attacks. Oh, because it's the EX attacks are a Street Fighter thing? Yeah. I think like the mechanic I could take or leave. Like, oh, if you play 2 copies of the same card, it gets EXs and boosts. That one is like, I feel like you could completely delete it and I would still have everything that I'm seeking to maintain. You know? But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect. I would need to play more to kind of figure that out. Street Fighter is normally fighting game idea. Market. At that, I'm doing this for fun, dog. I wouldn't even like consider like, is this game market? I don't care. My marketing would be sick anime, cool stuff. That would be my marketing. It'd be like, what is this game? It looks cool as frick. It looks sick. That would be the marketing. I'd be like, it looks freaking awesome. I'm more concerned of how plausible it is to like evoke the feeling I'm going for is maybe what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Like a game like Vanguard, like I guess what the point I'm making is like a game like Vanguard I've played for so long and so many years. If I was going to like innovate on Vanguard or like change it in a specific way, I have the confidence that I have the knowledge to do so. Like when like the Vanguard draft format, like Vanguard could be draftable, right? Super confident in that opinion because I played so much and I understand the game well enough to do that. Exceed I haven't played and is so different that I don't have the knowledge base to be able to make decisions around it where I'm like, this game could be a TCG and it's like, you moron, everyone plays sweep. And then like once I figured that out, it's like, okay, well, what if we do this with sleep? And it's like, oh, then you have like X, Y, and Z other issue, and it's like, all right, I gotta figure out what those are. So I think the only solution is just to play. It would be just to play the game a bunch to really figure it out for myself what would be kept and what would have to go. But I don't know. I feel like this could make a really cool TCG. It would just need a lot of iterating on. Like I think the goals can be obtained. It's just that they obviously can't be obtained by going like, just take this game and just tweak one knob and it's TCG ready. Like that's not possible. You need to make a ton of tweaks, and now it's trying to identify what those knobs are and how far you have to turn them. That's kind of like the main roadblock now. Exceed wise. I also don't even like, and like I don't even know like what archetypes do or what like certain like things that are, I don't even know like what things that are good to be doing are outside of just lobbing sweep. Like when me and my friend at Locals played, we literally did the equivalent of just button mashing, where I would just throw an attack and see what happens, which is super fun, and I loved it. But it's not like, you know, a way to really learn anything about the game. So, I don't know. Maybe this idea will go somewhere. Maybe I'll keep working on it. Maybe I won't. Honestly, I really don't know. I really don't know. But I do think that there's something here. I just don't quite have the specifics lined up all that well. I don't even know when it's good to boost. Yeah, and it's one of those things, it is one of those, like, I think this is a really good idea. And then the more I think about it, the more I realize, like, the less I know. The more I realize, the less I know. And it's like, oh, wait, I need to figure out, like, how all of this stuff works before I can even make a decision, like, based on it and junk. It's just, like, I don't know. Exceed's cool. Go check out Exceed. There's a new Kickstarter. Is it a Kickstarter? I think it's a Game Found. There's a new thing that they're printing with some IP that's really cool. Seventh Cross just got reprinted. Go buy that. It also sucks that every season is different. Like, they all have different mechanics. Like, the reason I picked the Guilty Gear season is because they have like the burst or whatever. I renamed it to Limit Break because Vanguard, but they have like the burst where you can like cancel. Oh, it's like the Roman cancel. You can cancel your burst to get extra attacks. Like the whole like set is more aggro-y than normal or something I heard. And like I think it's 7th Cross is like the transformations that are like kind of goofy. Every set has like different like weird mechanics. So it's hard to find one that is like what is just base succeed. I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe I'll do more tinkering with it. I gotta think about it though. But I think there's something. There's something here. 7th Cross is weird. Okay, yeah, see, right? I'm like, they're all like different and whack and weird and stuff. So I don't know. But I think there's something here. There is something here. It just needs like a immense amount of tinkering. But I think it could get somewhere really cool. But I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling now. What time is it? I've been streaming for 4 hours. That feels pretty good. That's a long time. All right. Oh, Digimon. Okay, I hate Digimon. I do play Digimon. I just got Digimon cards in the mail. The only reason I play Digimon is because my one friend basically only plays Digimon right now, and I like hanging out with him a lot. So I play it with him, but I do not like Digimon at all. I don't think it's very fun. And maybe it's more of a me personal thing. I don't like games where the goal is you're just trying to kind of outbusted your opponent. To be fair, Vanguard's like this, so, you know, hypocritical, but I hate Vanguard too, so it's, you know, it's like that. But Digimon just feels like you're just trying to be the first person to do your broken thing and then blow your opponent up. And like that's the whole game. I would put a parlay on also Gundam is getting Bandai Rush. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm not even worrying. I don't care about Gundam. I ain't even worrying about Gundam. I don't even care. But Digimon, I would put a freaking parlay on betting that there is like no one plays Digimon for the gameplay. Everyone plays Digimon because they really like Digimon and they want to summon their favorite Digimon. And it feels like that's what the game is like geared towards. It's like Digimon is a game where you just summon your favorite Digimon, dude, and then just do some cool silly stuff, and maybe your opponent dies. And like that's the game. Characters knew what happened. I mean, yeah, I was booty butt garbage. Talker there. That away. Big freaking surprise there. But it's just, yeah, right. I don't think anyone really plays Digimon for the gameplay, because the gameplay is you're just trying to outbust at each other. You're just trying to do the more broken thing. And I just don't think that's very fun. Or Digimon used to be less. Move out and bust a year ago. It used to, yeah, I know, yeah, I know, it definitely used to be. I got an. Digimon has had like 3 different cycles of being the worst game ever, all in 3 different ways. It's just kind of crazy. But when my friend got into it, it was like, I think right after the training cards came out. Yeah, I think it was like right after. But I wish games were more combo slot, but combo a smaller payoff. Yeah, I see what you're saying, kinda. Oh, that's the other thing that really annoys me about Digimon is like the colors don't matter. Like every deck is like I have my stupid Atmon deck and it's just like 6 color sludge. Like the colors are completely irrelevant. That's really annoying. I'm not a fan of that. Duel Masters. I'll talk about Duel Masters in 2 seconds. So like combos, that's where my logic comes in. Yeah, I think that like that game could exist. You could reverse engineer a specific down powered format where like you ban every like boss monster, so like the boards that you build are really weak. But which deck is that? I have the stupid Atmon deck. Let me pull it out. Wanna pull it? So that's the thing though, right? Where it's like, yeah, there are exceptions, but also there's the stupid adventure deck. My one friend built the adventure deck. That is also just 6 colors. But yeah, the stupid like dumb Digimon adventure deck, or like you'll do freaking like Virus Imperial Dramon plays. It's like red purple, but it also plays like a green purple bug, or like and like a Does it play a blue red card? I don't know, some other like red card. I don't. The colors just don't. The colors don't matter. The colors just don't matter anymore. Not in the way that they should. Like every deck, like all the TS decks are just a bunch of colors. That always makes me mad. But yeah, I think maybe you couldn't engineer a game. The problem is like combos are inherently. You would need a game like Flesh and Blood where you refill your. Oh wait, just play Rush Duel. It's not quite combos, but it is like you build a board every single turn. I would say go play Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel. You could play it on Duel Links, which is a terrible application. But Rush Duel is probably the closest you're gonna get, where you just build a board every turn. It's not quite comboing, but you do like take a lot of game actions every single turn. But you would need a system like Flesh and Blood or Rush Duel where you refresh your hand every turn, because like comboing is so resource intensive. That's why like in Yu-Gi-Oh! You do the one big combo, because every time you finish the combo, you're out of your card. You have 2 cards in your hand, so you couldn't even like make a Yu-Gi-Oh! Format where you're constantly comboing. It'd be kind of tough. But yeah, for how the adventure started, like, yeah, that was my friend bought that and started playing it. I was peeved. It was annoying. I don't know, but that's not like a striking. That's more of just a personal take of like I don't like that the colors don't matter. That's really annoying. But Digimon has a lot of problems. I don't like that you just outbusted each other. Like that is super. It's just not fun. I don't think it's very fun. I don't think enjoy that gameplay. But yeah. So Duel Masters coming back. Okay, so they want Duel Masters to come back. They want it to come back really bad. The problem is, it's not gonna come back. They flopped it twice. Oh yeah, Bandai sucks too. I hate Bandai. That's also my real opinion on Digimon is I just hate Bandai. That's true. They want Duel Masters to come back. They really want Duel Masters to come back, and they've been trying pretty hard. And when I say they, I mean the designers, because Duel Masters is still designed by Wizards of the Coast, right? They design it here in America, and then they print it over in Japan. The designers want it to come back in English really, really bad. About a year, I think, is it a year ago now? It might be a couple months. It was either last year or the year before, when Magic did their, I think it was an Extra Life stream. They brought in one of the Duel Masters head designers and one of the designers, or one of the leads for Universes Beyond, and they played with English translated Duel Masters proxy decks. Yes, I did see the news about the email. Very, very sad. High-key depressing. But they played with English translated Duel Masters decks that they printed for the sole sake of like demoing the game and showing it off. And not Ballsack Dragon. And you can really tell throughout the entire stream they really want it to, like, the main designer really wants it to come back, to the point of like they keep like saying things along the lines of like, so yeah, this game's really great, so get excited for nothing because it's not coming back, but like the game's really cool. They keep walking in the corners like that. It's really funny. But they did this whole stream where they played Duel Masters in English and showed off like modern Japanese cards. They made a secret lair that was just the DM26 Japanese box that you could just buy to see if people would buy it, and it sold out. But they just sold Japanese Duel Masters cards in its secret lair. Like they are trying to do not like, what's the term, not soft launch or sneak it back, but like the designers doing whatever they can to try to bring it back. The problem is that, yeah, I got you, Fig, I got you. The problem is that there's no way the people that need to greenlight it are going to greenlight it after the game already flopped in America twice. Market is cooked. Also, it's 2024. Black Box MTG. Yeah, I think it was 2024. Can't remember. I watched it recently. I think they can dodge the catch-up. I think Honestly, this is what I think they should have done for Battle Spirits. They should have just started printing Battle Spirits at BS60. That was a great starting point. I don't think they're required to play catch up. I think if they time it right with like a certain like, with the release of a new, DM24 RP. Yeah, I think it was RP1. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. If they time it with the release of like a new era, they can just start there. I don't think having the legacy support is all that important. I think they could just start there. Or maybe they just do the stupid Kaijudo thing again, where they just rebrand it and try to make it a new game. But that was stupid and dumb. How decks are getting made? Yeah, it is a little awkward. So to answer the question, I don't think Duel Masters is coming back. I don't think it can come back. But they really want it to come back. That's what I'll say. They really want it to come back. Duel Masters would have been a perfect opportunity. Yeah, right. Maybe Win would have been great. Hell, they could just print their own format. Honestly, like, it's not that important that it's the exact same as Japan. I think it'd be perfectly reasonable for them to just print their own format as like an English format. I don't think it'd be that big of a deal. But I digress. The TLDR is, I don't think it's coming back. I don't think it can come back, but they designed the people that make the game really want it to come back. It would need a lot of like community voices to be like, we need this game, we need Duel Masters. Like, you would need a lot of people to speak up, and I just don't think it's gonna happen. Yeah, Volchek stuff, Abyss Real, Abyss Beginning, Senior Card, Legacy Support in this case. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Granted, I don't make the game, guys. I don't make Duel Masters. But the only, like, not to get anyone's hopes up, but the thing I will say positive is that the designers do really want it back. Don't even remember why I flopped in the second time. Corrupted, was it Corrupted? Yeah, Watsy's kind of poopy butt. It was the, shoot, was it Corrupted? I think it was Corrupted. They released a mechanic where some creatures, like some like the creatures got like corrupted or infected with like cyber virus or something. I mean, almost like Vanguard Reverse, but more like generically applicable. Maybe like I don't know the word would be. But like they had the corrupted creatures. And corrupted creatures were a little more strong than regular creatures. And then the problem was a majority of the corrupted creatures were freaking water. Which made the formats just like you're playing a water deck or bust, which was not great. And then they had a series of like tier 0 bad formats with like the stupid like wish jar or whatever, like flipping dragons onto the board. Like they just had a bunch of really mismanaged formats. And then anytime Duel Masters even threatens to be more popular than Magic, they kill the game. But they just like Kaijudo, they just mismanaged to the hell. It was really bad. They made all of the broken corrupted cards water, so you like had to play a water deck. And then there was a bunch of like stupid. There was like a dumb tier 0 meta with the stupid pot of wishes or whatever. And then they just axed it. They did. It was like they had like a set. Like they axed it like mid block. Like a new block was coming out. I think they had even like started doing reveals for a set, and they just went, game's dead. I think it's Wizards just doesn't like it when they print their own game that competes with Magic. I think that's what it is. I think it's just Hasbro people do not want a game to print a game that competes with itself. But yeah, you do catch-up boxes like Digimon to start, and then that would work. Italian set boxes for Vanguard. Well, the Italian box would be we start over, which I don't think they would do. The Digimon catch-up box was like 3 sets of catch-up. We would need to do like 13 years. So that probably wouldn't be great. Trying to be silly, the Spectre. Yeah, right. Yeah, the corrupted, like they just made all the stupid corrupted cards water. Just so dumb. And then that stupid Pot of Wishes deck or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I'd love Duel Masters. I love Duel Masters. I would be jumping for joy if we got that back in English. I just don't think it's gonna happen. I just don't think it's possible. Yeah, never compete against yourself. Yeah. And I think Duel Masters is the perfect example. Like, that's why Duel Masters died. What? Hmm. Uh. Okay. Yeah. Duel Masters died because they were. I think they were scared of it competing with Magic, so they just never banned Bombazar and then just like killed the game for some reason, which was really great. That was super cool. Card draw to thrice the set size and twice the amount of cards. Like, yeah, it would be so. It would be like an impractical amount. I think you would have to just like either pick a starting point or like invent your own starting point / format. I don't think there would be a way to like realistically inject us into the Japanese card pool. It's just too big. Even if you like, no, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be possible. Even if you tried to like hand select certain things to come back, I'm sure there are like community discovered old text that like they wouldn't be able to print in time. Like even really, it would just be like a management nightmare. It like wouldn't be worth it. I think it would be a lot more trouble than it's worth. Like we would see a lot more. We'd see a lot of issues come up than we would really want to see. Japanese Duel Masters DNA Spark, if you're wondering, for a 5 and plays 2 large. Yeah, pretty much. Like it was basically DNA Spark. You would just put some big odd dragon on the board that just like won the game instantly. It was really stupid, but it was basically like that. You like I forget. I think you just like checked the top 7 and then played a dragon for free or something. I don't remember. It was dumb. It was broken. It was broken and dumb and silly. But I'd love Duel Masters. I would love to get that back. I just don't think it's possible. It's just not really possible at the moment, unfortunately. But yeah. All right. Well, chat, it's been real. It's been about 4 hours. I think we're going to call it there. So early. Are you talking to me? Talking to me so early? Dog. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I got stuff to do. Like go to bed. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. I think I'm gonna stream tomorrow too. I just don't know what I want to do. Got here. Shouldn't have gone to locals, dog. Shouldn't have gone to locals. You know what you do now? You go watch the VOD. Go watch the VOD. Or show up tomorrow. I think I'm going to stream again tomorrow around the same-ish time. Will I be home? Yeah. Maybe like 6. Maybe? I don't know. I'll figure out a time. I'm just going to go live. Keep your notifications on, gamers. Master 1 ladder. I'm not playing Duel Masters, if that's what, or not Duel. I'm not playing Master Duel, if that's what you're asking me. I do not play Yu-Gi-Oh. I do not play Yu-Gi-Oh. 3 hours. That's like the whole stream. You saw like the whole thing. You missed nothing. If that's the case, I didn't do anything. The first hour I sleeved a deck and did my Portal to Param scans. You missed nothing, dog. But yeah, I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Same-ish time, I think. But I don't know. Keep your notifications on. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Chat, what do you want to do? It's the middle of the night for me. I need sleep. No, that makes sense. That's super valid. I can complain about that. Me and my Digimon friend have been complaining about that for the past couple months. Go watch my skit. Go watch my skit of how TCG players try Yu-Gi-Oh, and you'll know my opinions on that. Go watch that skit. You'll know how I feel about Magic players trying Master Duel. But play Duel Master? I'm not playing Master Duel. I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm not playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Not playing Master Duel. I would play like an old Yu-Gi-Oh video game. I'd play the World Championship games. I could do that. Not playing Master Duel. Heck no. Done TCG from the ground up in Discord. I mean, I'd think about it. I'd consider it. I'd potentially be down. Dungeon Dice Monsters. No, that game's like unplayably difficult. Not playing Magic the Gathering Arena. I'd maybe draft, but I'm not playing Arena. No. Bolton? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I guess that's fair. I'm not doing the Forbidden Memory speedrun. That'll make me want to die. Not doing that. I don't think I could be a speedrunner, chat. That'd be really I cannot do that. I cannot speedrun. I think either I would want to either play like the 5Ds World Championship video game, because those are actual like video games. You walk around and talk to people. I would do that. Duels of the Roses is not even Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not playing as King Archibald the Ninth or whatever. Reskinned to look like Yugi. I've heard it's a cool game though. No, I think I would play the 5Ds World Championship games. Those would be cool to play. You get to do like actual speed duels with like speed counters. And it's like an actual like game. Like it's like an RPG kind of game. I think that would be kind of fun. I am not playing Pokemon Champions. I do not like VGC. That is not, I cannot play a game. It sounds really dumb, but I cannot play a game where I sit there and I click Pokemon button and it does Fire Blast. I can't do it. It's not for me. If you want to know my opinions on Pokemon, it's a Nuzlocking video. Go look up Northern Lion's opinions on watching Pokemon YouTube videos, or like watching like Pokemon Nuzlocke or something like that. Watch that clip. That clip is my stance, 100%. Maybe Tag Force. Tag Force could be cool. The GX Tag Force games. I would think about it. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Dating sim. I'd think about it. But yeah, maybe I'll boot up the World Championship game. Maybe either we do Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's video game. You're not familiar with Northern Lion, the GOAT? My GOAT NL? I'll leave the stream with that. I'll leave the stream with the NL clip. Let me pull it up. We'll end stream with an NL clip. RPGs aren't for everyone. No. I like RPGs. It's Pokemon specifically. You'll see what I'm talking. Let me pull it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see what I'm talking about. But I think for next stream, either I'm gonna play the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship game, or maybe we just do like me and chat make a card game. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe we do me and chat make TCG. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. It's this. Digimon? I'm not. Him is MIA. Yeah. And I don't even care, because I'm not playing no Digimon card game. Yes, I found it. There we go. If we switch to the English version, clearly Dark Worlds and DDD. Fair enough. All right, good night. I hope you have a good sleep. Chat. We're going to end the stream with this video so you can understand my opinions on streaming / watching Pokemon.
And I did my impression of anybody playing Pokemon on stream. It was everybody going, oh shit, my opponent threw scissors? Wait, let me think about this for a second. The fuck am I good? Oh, I got it. I'll play rock. Oh, I won. That was close. That was really close. My God, that was really scary. Oh, my opponent's throwing paper. 1 second, I gotta consult the wiki. Paper. What's optimal against paper? Oh, scissors. I'm gonna throw. Oh, that was close. I won though. I won. I took 0 damage and I won. And I did my impression of anybody playing Pokemon.
That's how I feel about Pokemon, chat. That's how I feel about stream. Hey, look, it's my video. It's my stream. That's how I feel about playing Pokemon on stream, chat. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not for me. But with that being said, I'm gonna think of something for us to do tomorrow. And while I do that, y'all frickers go get some sleep. And I will see you in the next stream. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good night.